Welcome, one and all in one, two in one. I gotta get a hold of Kapow. Mace's show end. How was that? Where? Let's see. Texting Kapow. Are you coming to hang out? All right. Hohenheim. Honey, what's up?
Hohenheim. You know, this guy corrected me on the pronunciation of my name, actually. I don't know why.
It's Hohenheim, right? Hohenheim?
That's it. Like almost like the second H is silent.
Yeah,
he
Hohenheim.
Told me no.
Yeah.
He told me, no, it's Hohenheim. Oh, sorry,
Jesus.
okay. Yeah, he was a bit of a...
Jesus.
Jesus.
So I did this episode tonight for Kapow because he's like, nobody ever talks about art. And I was like, well, fuck it. I'll talk about art for you. And he's not here.
Well, I have a degree in art.
Yeah, I know you do. You should definitely be enjoying this then. You could probably teach us.
No.
So.
Art's too big to be an expert on everything.
No, yeah, I definitely know that. Yeah, for sure.
It seems like some people refer to art as philosophy within their philosophies.
Yeah, some people do that.
Yeah,
for show.
Because even like writing philosophy could be viewed as an art.
Mm-hmm.
And writing prose or whatever.
I'm sure back in the old pre-Socratics time, it would no separation between art and philosophy, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Well, now art is just anything with the label arts. Now art.
Well, I mean, that's an interesting topic. Like, what even is art?
Yeah, that's what we're going to get into.
Yeah. Sure.
That's what we're going to talk about. I just really wanted to wait for Kapow because I did this for him. Otherwise, I was going to go into semantics for linguistics, which if he doesn't show up, we can. But talking about art's cool too.
I always got aesthetic and ascetic confused for a few months.
Yep. Ascetic is the denial of pleasure.
Yeah.
The denial of pleasure. Spray some of that on me.
Hell yeah! Well, is it that clear? Can you hear me?
I don't care though. It's not loud. It's fine. Right. It's fine, buddy.
Is it clear? Can you hear me clear now if I'm speaking?
Yeah, I can hear you clear.
Fantastic.
Yes.
Stick your phone in my mouth.
Well, shit. I guess I advertised it as art, so we're gonna talk about fucking art, guys. Wait, we got plenty of people rolled in already. All right, so we'll wait for Kapow to get in here. Whenever he joins, it'll be cool. All right, so we're going to talk about aesthetics. Just randomly, I decided to do this for my friend Kapow, and otherwise we were either going to get into semantics or some other general linguistics, theoretical linguistics. So aesthetics is the branch of philosophy that deals with the nature of beauty and taste, as well as the philosophy of art, which is its own area of study. So aesthetics covers both natural and artificial sources of experiences and how we form a judgment about those sources of those experiences. It considers what happens in our minds when we engage with objects or environments such as viewing visual art, listening to music, reading poetry, experiencing a play, watching a fashion show, a movie, sports, or even exploring various aspects of nature. The philosophy of art specifically studies how artists imagine, create, and perform works of art, as well as how people use, enjoy, and criticize it. So we're questioning both things. We're questioning the aesthetics, which is the source of the beauty, the source of the taste, and the philosophy of art, which is how artists imagine and create and perform their work, and how the end taker of that art criticizes it or enjoys it. So, aesthetics considers why people like some works of art and not others, as well as how art can affect mood or even our beliefs. Both aesthetics and the philosophy of art try to find answers for what exactly is art or what makes good art. So scholars in the field have defined aesthetics as critical reflection on art, culture, and nature. In modern English, the term aesthetic can also refer to a set of principles underlying the works of a particular art movement or theory. For example, the Renaissance aesthetic is a era of art time. I guess is the easiest way to say it. So what do you think about the difference between aesthetic and philosophy of art, Hohenheim?
I saw a mild contradiction in themselves, but then it's maybe just because it's kind of an overview of art. So they do say that it has, what is it? Art brings out the critical. I can't remember that sentence there, and then it said it's art that you like. Those are kind of contradictory because art bringing up. So what brings up?
Are you talking about what I read, or what are you talking about? I'm sorry.
Yeah, what you read.
What I read. Okay. What was the part that was problematic?
So they say that it brings out critical thinking. I can't remember that sentence. You'd have to read that again.
Well, it says the philosophy of art specifically studies how artists imagine, create, and perform works of art, as well as how people use, enjoy, and criticize that art.
No, it was a different sentence. I can just summarize the thought though. It says that art kind of inspires you. It brings out feelings. Then it's art. Then another sentence it was saying that art is something you like. I think now definitely art is art when it either you hate it, you like it, inspires it, you detest it. It brings out a strong feeling. You have a strong link. I'd say good art is when you have a strong link to the intention of the artist. So and then on top of that, the feelings it generates, hate, like art that you hate for some reason brings out a strong emotion, and then you may understand it more. But yeah, I'm rambling a bit, but yeah.
No, you're fine. I found the sentence that I was saying, and I'm just reading from Wikipedia and from another random ass source on just Google and stuff. Aesthetics considers why people. So real quick, it says aesthetics considers why people like some works of art and not others, as well as how art can affect moods or even our beliefs. Is that the one?
Yeah, that's it there. And then the next sentence where it says that. Yeah, I couldn't find it. I have to find what you're reading from.
Yeah, both aesthetics and the philosophy of art try to find answers for what exactly is art and what makes good art. That was the next sentence.
Yeah, no, it was later on. I think it was like. But yeah, no big issue. I just thought it gave the opportunity then to like point out that the art can be you can hate art and it can be amazing, and that can be the reason why.
Yeah, that's true. You could hating the art could be the art. You could be an artist at hating art.
Yeah, and that can be the intention of the artist. So that can.
Oh, you mean they intended to create the piece of art for you to hate it? Is that?
Yes.
That's the art I want to make. The stuff that's made to piss people off.
It's out there. It's all out there. Every art for every single kind of. Artists say that every great idea has already been done, which I disagree with totally, but different topic.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I can't remember which artist said that every kind of creation has already been made. All the art has already been made. That's it. We're finished now. So,
but not every combination of art. Just every It's kind of like every note has been played on a piano, but not every combination of those notes in a certain amount of time, right?
I'd have to find the quote. I think it is almost saying that every combination, every idea, art has already been done. I'll have to find the quote. I'll find it.
Jesus Christ, that's a hell of a claim.
That's a bold claim.
Yeah, it's annoying. I hate it. Yeah, I'll find the quote. It's quoted in nearly every art class. I've heard it like 50 times. They love it.
So let's go around the room. Let's Kapow, we got We're just differentiating between aesthetics and the philosophy of art. I'm sure you heard me read a little bit of that. See here. Maybe I go back over. You've probably read it. Let's go down to aesthetics and the philosophy of art, since we basically just said that aesthetics considers what happens in our minds when we engage with artistic objects or artistic environments, such as viewing, listening to music, reading poetry, all that stuff. And then the philosophy of art is how artists create the stuff and how we enjoy it. So studying that anyway. So if we go down specifically to just looking at the difference between aesthetics and the philosophy of art, there's a quote by Barnett Newman, and he says, "Aesthetics is for the artist as ornithology is for the birds." Does that make sense? Hello? Anybody with me?
Yep, that makes sense.
I'm just thinking about the analogy.
Yeah. Okay.
I think it makes sense.
You're good.
But
So, go ahead.
But if that was the case, then the artist would be the one that we were studying, and that's not necessarily true. It's just art.
That's what the philosophy of art is studying. It's aesthetics is covering the area of the nature of beauty and of taste, and then philosophy of art is studying how artists and create the stuff and how we enjoy it and criticize it.
I see.
That's what it says here anyway. But you are right in that quote, like the artist is the one being studied in this instance, at least from what Barrett Newman says. You know, who's he? I don't know. Barnett Newman, excuse me. Here, we'll read this. It says, some separate aesthetics and the philosophy of art. Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. I read that wrong. Some separate aesthetics and the philosophy of art, claiming that the former is the study of beauty and taste, while the latter is the study of works of art and their creators. But aesthetics typically considers questions of beauty as well as art. It examines topics such as artworks, aesthetic experience, experience, and aesthetic judgments. Yeah, some consider aesthetics to be a synonym for the philosophy of art, since Hegel. But while others insist that there is a significant distinction between these closely related fields, which I can see. One is more studying the nature of beauty, and the other is studying the artist and the art. So, the nature of beauty. Let's talk about that for a minute. What is the nature of beauty, everybody?
Thomas, you're the nature of beauty.
Thank you. I am quite beautiful.
Nature of beauty. It's so difficult. But there are ways to measure it scientifically.
Oh, you cut. I can't. It's like you're falling away from the mic.
I said there are ways to measure it scientifically. Like you can collect
beauty. Yeah. So there's things. The philosopher Dennis Dutton, he identified what he called 6 universal signatures in human aesthetics. So number 1 would be expertise or virtuosity. He says that humans cultivate, recognize, and admire technical artistic skills. I would say that's true. What about you?
Yeah, people appreciate a person who is technically skilled in a specific art.
So that's just one part. He says number 2 is non-utilitarian pleasure. He says people enjoy art for art's sake and do not demand that it keep them warm or put food on the table.
I can agree with that. Which philosopher is this?
Dennis Dutton.
Dennis Dutton, okay.
Dennis with 1 S, yeah. I think that's how, I don't know. I don't know how Dennis is spelled. Number 3 is style. He says artistic objects and performances satisfy rules of composition that place them in a recognizable style. That would be like music theory. That's the style of music, whereas you have like dance theory.
genre.
So
But then, if that's true, we'd never have a new style.
well, I guess it's just
I
be
think he might-
combinations of styles.
You might get to that later on. So what was that? What was next? Just those three?
Yeah, well, there's three more. Number 4 is criticism. He says that people make a point of judging, appreciating, and interpreting works of art. Remember, these are the aesthetic universals. He's saying these universal signatures exist in all human aesthetics. So number 4 is criticism. Number 5 is imitation. He says, with a few important exceptions like abstract painting, works of art simulate experiences of the world.
Yeah, that one makes sense because when
you
an
not have-
artist tries to capture something's likeness, that can be imitating. Like
Yeah.
So then, could
in Vivaldi's The Four Seasons, like winter. That's, I guess that's a bit more abstract, but it's still trying to suggest things that have the same qualities as winter. You know.
All right.
could art
Hohenheim?
could art not be of a future or different world to this world, though?
How do you mean?
I
Well,
think he's
you
saying
could
because
have
he
a-
was talking about style earlier,
Oh, yeah.
right? And then so
No,
like the
no,
way that it was described there was talking about existing ones.
no. Well, no. Well, this one was about art is about representing the world, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was imitation.
Yeah.
It says, with
So
few
then-
exceptions like abstract art, works of art simulate the experiences of the world.
Oh, I didn't. I missed the few exceptions part. Yeah,
That's
but
what
yeah,
this
there's a
guy,
lot.
Dennis Dutton, is saying is required to have human aesthetic. You know what I mean? This
Yeah,
is
that-
not like rules or anything.
Even if it
So,
was like of another world, we would still be.
Well, no, it says a few exceptions. So yeah, I missed that part. So I agree with it,
Yeah.
but I just say I'd say there's a fair few exceptions. So
Abstract art. Can you think of some other ones besides abstract art?
abstract
maybe-
art, though, is
Go ahead.
Idealism.
I'll just.
Yeah, idealism. Yeah.
I think idealism is either that or realism. I think is what there's like realism art. Let me see.
Yeah, there is realist and surrealist art,
Yeah.
as well as abstract
Which-
art.
Which one was
And,
Picasso?
Abstract.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me see.
So was like Jackson Pollock.
Artists. Who?
then
So number 6 on this aesthetic
Cubism.
universal list is special focus. He says that art is set aside from ordinary life and made a dramatic focus of the certain experience.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so art dramatizes things, right? Or I guess it's supposed to. The nature of beauty is what we're talking about here. So I guess the nature of beauty is supposed to dramatically focus our experience into the piece of that art itself.
It's funny you brought up Hegel because one, that's what I'm going to talk about tomorrow, and
Oh, I love it.
and two, I'm still not sure what Kapow was getting at, but it seemed like he was trying to get to a historical, dare I say, evolutionary process of art over time and how the previous art or whatever affects the preceding art. But again, that's what made me think of Hegel, because that's a big thing, part of his philosophy, which I guess I won't say much about it, but he has that type of view that art is part of this whole spirit type thing, and it's like a historical system, I
Yes.
guess I'll say.
Yes.
But yeah.
Yeah, it says some philosophers consider aesthetics itself, the field, to be a synonym for the philosophy of art since Hegel,
Got it.
while others insist that there is a significant distinction between aesthetics and the philosophy of art. And I see the distinction. So It's a big distinction. I mean, the nature of beauty or the artists themselves. It's a big difference. So
the nature of beauty, exactly. I mean, that's
that's
I guess,
aesthetics. Yeah.
that's what he would call the spirit. Like he would use the word as spirit there.
Kant, in his critique of judgment, also had some things to say. I'll read in a minute too.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. I'm sure you will end up talking about it, but the divine.
Yeah, Hume had something to say as well, also.
The divine and religious aspects that are correlated with art.
Yeah,
obviously, have had a significant impact on his
art began with religion, even all the way back to ancient Egypt and shit, right?
Okay. So there's
well, I
some
mean,
sort of deity or,
I'm sure. No, that's wrong. I'm sure there was cave drawings and stuff, with cavemen and art when we were on the plains of Africa. I mean, there most likely had to be. I mean, it just seems logical to assume.
That begs the question, and go ahead and finish whatever you're going to. But I would like to talk about what we would even define as art, and then from there we could figure out whether it started with religion or whether.
Well, that's the whole discussion tonight. Is that what we're trying to figure out is art? Yeah. That's what we've been reading and talking about the whole time. Okay. Yeah.
But the definition of.
Go ahead.
Well, the definition of art has changed over time, and then what is defined as art has then changed. So what we define as art now will not be what was defined as art in the past, and that definition change is evident in art pieces over time. Like Duchamp's toilet changed what the definition of art is. So, but then can you say before that what people defined as art at that time would then be defined as art because it happened in a time when that definition didn't exist, etc. And that change in definition. And that change in definition is part of art as well. So it's very
true,
but it's cool.
Yeah, I mean that's what we were talking about, like the historical account of art, and whatever subject.
What I'm saying is
some historical and.
I'm just saying art. It's not Google. This
process, that goes along with it, but
it's not just definitions. Like artists themselves made definitions of art and changed definitions of art.
That's the whole point of this discussion, probably.
Art's the most normative thing in the world. This is all just, what I'm saying. That's okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Go ahead, Hohenheim. Can you expand on what you were saying a minute ago?
That was probably commissioned art, though, I think.
Well, yeah. I mean.
Yeah.
I was going to say about what did the people think of the Mona Lisa when Leonardo da Vinci was making it, or when he revealed it?
They were impressed by the sfumato, the technique that he used to make things appear in the distance.
Oh yeah, isn't there lighting. Fibonacci fractal patterns in that shit too? Or am I thinking about something different?
There may be, but the most impressive thing was sfumato, the idea that atmosphere can create perspective, like in the air itself, like things that from far away. Because painting is a flat, two-dimensional.
Yeah.
Medium.
So being able to evoke that three-dimensional sensation is a technical virtuosity, right?
Yeah, it hadn't been done before.
Yeah. So today, with our ability to analyze it in a different way, like Hohenheim is saying, now that we've evolved, maybe in another 200 years, it'll be looked at as, even more impressive. I don't know. I'm just.
See, I remember being told this by artists, art teachers, and I've been told a different time when this three-dimensional ability arrived in art and this and that. But then just look at the Egyptian bodies that have been sculpted, huge, great megaliths of three-dimensional bodies. Is that not a blatant contradiction of that idea?
I missed part of what you were saying. Sorry.
Were the Egyptians considering those structures to be art? Did they have a concept for art when they were making it?
It's a good question.
Or were they doing it for some
exactly? Yeah. So there's the definition. So now what we define as art may be changed in the future or in the past, and that's exactly what I was saying earlier. But then, is it because we see it as art? Maybe someone didn't even know the definition. If we explained the definition to them back then, what art is, they'd say, "Oh yeah, hell yeah, that's art." But then
They
all of
considered
them,
it. I'm pretty sure they considered it art. It's a part of Western art, the history of Western art.
Well, we're talking about Egypt right now. We're talking about
I know, but Egypt is still important in the history of Western art.
True, but so the question is though,
So it's
were those
usually
Egyptians
included.
during that time? I mean, they had some sort of language that they could communicate with. Did they have a concept or a word for what that
They
would be
they had
synonymous?
hieroglyphics. I don't think they had a written language,
no.
Perry.
They
But the
had some sort
definition
of
of art itself isn't actually defined because it's changed over time. So what we think of art now may be completely different, and then what we not think is not art now may actually be art. So we can't really say I'd say
Well,
art is.
yeah, if I could just agree a lot with Hohenheim there and kind of what you guys are stumbling onto, I think art will simply be deemed so by the conceptualizer. And there's nothing, no object in reality that we can point to say, you can't conceptualize that as art. So I literally think, any subject can come along, any mind can come along and look at anything, experience anything, and say that's art. And there's nothing, there's no object we can point to say it's not art. But if we are talking about subjective art forms that we can be objective about, so we give them, collections of attributes like we do with ballet. We know that me slapping myself in the face is not a pirouette. We can say that objectively. Me slapping myself in the face is not a pirouette. We can still say it's dance. We can still say it's art, but we can't say it's necessarily ballet, and we can definitely say that it's not a pirouette. So I think it's just whatever we,
but
whatever the conceptualizer, art is what the conceptualizer deems it to be.
Some people think it's the intention of the artist. I'm
And that's
just
exactly
saying
the
that's
same. You're saying the same thing. That's the same thing. Yeah, it is the intention. That is, and what's really interesting is that was developed in art history. That's like documented that thought, and when that changed in art, I think Duchamp's toilet was one of the big ones because he just said, "Yeah, that's art." I said it's art, and then everyone's like,
Right,
"Shit,
yeah.
whatever you say is art now."
That's what I'm saying. Like if someone comes up to me and says that dog shit is art, by the way, what can I point to say that it's not art? How can I demonstrate that it's not art? I can't.
Yeah, you can't demonstrate
I
it. No.
agree.
And if I'm like, demonstrate that that's art, he's like, no, I just see it that way. It's like you can just see things as art. It's like it's an experience, right?
So what
And
can we point to know objectively that me slapping myself in the face is not a pirouette?
Well, we can. So if you look up what a pirouette is, so
Right.
let's just go to Wikipedia and say
Do it.
Sure.
Let's get technical.
pirouette.
because it's going to lead into
Well, it is.
another question that
It's
I
talking
have,
about technique,
terminology.
so it is technical.
No, I want
So
it
a
to be
pirouette.
technical.
So here's what it means objectively, right? As a movement, a pirouette is an act of spinning on one foot, typically with the raised foot touching the knee of the supporting leg. So a slapping yourself in the face, we can say objectively that that's not slapping yourself in the face. So we're being objective about a subjective category of art, because ballet was invented by us, right?
Yeah, we have
invented
we
this
have
category
a set
of
of
dance.
requirements and stuff that you need to fulfill in order for it to be
Right.
called that. And I just get confused sometimes, which this is why I asked the question, because I wanted it to lead to this, is that I get confused with the word objective. I use these two words to, I mean, perhaps it's only confusing to me and everyone else understands perfectly. Capital O objective is a phrase that I'll say when I'm trying to talk about the thing in itself. And then the objective that you're saying right now is what I thought this was a term already, but I guess no one else has heard of this. Epistemologically objective is what I would call that, because we have all created some set of requirements, whatever you said, touch your knee,
Objective
hand
based
behind
on
your head.
agreement
Yeah.
objective based on agreement of subjective standards, right?
Right. So
That's what Trav was saying.
Things that are things that are based in objective forms and not conceptual forms born of the subject. That's what
right. Yeah.
when we talk about objective versus subjective things. Right?
Right. So what would you call the capital O objective thing that I'm saying? Because do you think that people get confused sometimes when people say objective as if it is real, independent of our minds?
Well, so that will get down to really what you believe about reality. But I would caution people when we're talking about, like, say, science. Science is learning about and making predictions and falsifying based on the objects in reality, the physical stuff, physicalism, materialism. But this is in reference to objects in reality, like the fundamental particles, all the way up to the elephant, all the way up to stars, all the
Are
way
you
up to
already presupposing that idealism is not the case? Because
no, you don't. You don't have to. You just have to understand that when we're talking about objects in reality, we don't have to presuppose real or anti-real. We can just say whether or not you believe that these objects are accurate representations of the real. We can still talk about objects. Like Lao Tzu, for example, is an example of a thinker who doesn't think. He actually has a positive belief that we are not examining the real when we're engaging with objects. He thinks that there's a substance under that. This, Thomas, this may be called substance monism or
Neutral monism, which
right.
There's 2 or 3 different types of neutral monism, and he's the main
He's
one.
the main.
He's the most.
Right.
Yes.
So yeah, regardless of whether or not someone believes that what scientists are doing is really
that's
just,
the argument right now is physicalism versus idealism.
Yeah.
So that's what we're just for the audience. That's what we're talking about.
yeah. So regardless of physicalism or idealism, or real or anti-real, whatever you're talking about with regards to objects in reality and how we experience them, we can still at least look at the category of science or the field of science and say, okay, we're accepting that we are interacting and measuring something, and we're able to use that understanding to make predictions and make useful models.
Yeah.
So that's when we're talking about the best way I would suggest thinking about objects and subjects, things that are, objects in and of themselves, not dependent of the mind, and subjects would be things that are born of the mind. So the world of concepts, the world of metaphysics, as opposed to physics. Yeah, that's another way to look at it. The physical world would be the world of objects. The metaphysical world would be the world of concepts. So that's a maybe an easier way to look at it as well.
Yeah, that's a good distinction.
If those are not the same thing, I mean, like I said, there's idealism.
Well, everything leads back to metaphysics, but yes,
Yeah,
he's talking about a virtual abstract space in your mind that can contain concepts.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, we can trust the appearances of our phenomenology. That's what Kant says. We can trust those appearances to be empirical, but that doesn't tell us anything about the noumena. We don't care.
Yeah,
We just
Perry,
care about the
Perry, we're not.
appearances.
Yeah, when we talk about, like, these are just categories to help us talk about these things, because I actually believe that it's more likely that everything is physical, that concepts have a material representation, that they're not metaphysical. I think this category exists so that we can differentiate between when we're talking about abstractions, concepts, and the objects in and of themselves.
Yeah, I agree with pretty much the meat of what you're saying. I guess my issue is with the terminology, and I guess to maybe just ask one more thing, if we can create certain requirements of what makes a pirouette objective, couldn't we also do that with art? I mean, if ad populum, everyone in the world agreed that art is a painting that has the color red in it.
That's almost what we're going on when you were talking about art as ad populum. You know
So
what I
that
mean?
could be objective. Art could be objective in that way.
Well, you know, it seems like here's why that seems to be a problem. Like what you're saying, Perry, is of course possible. I mean,
I mean, that's what we
it,
did with the pirouette. We made it objective based on certain requirements of, we see
Agreement in the dance field.
yeah, you know
agreement.
what it
Yeah.
might be is that like art is just um, we
bit vast.
we see people like basically
Yeah,
anything within the purview of our experience seems to be something that can be in some way conceptualized as art. Now, that doesn't mean that everything will be, but I think this is just born of our sentiments. Like we are so some things. Here's where I think art comes from and arises from in the evolutionary history of any animal.
Oh, here
It's
we
like
go.
it's like when
Big
we
plan.
when language itself, which people could argue, you know, there's of course artistic elements, and you could abstract art from language. But when we're talking to each other about our experiences, and it's not enough to just stand there and say, you know, you say to someone like, you're having a hard time explaining like what it was like to be in love with your, let's say, your dead wife. You're trying to explain that with in common language, in simple terms and words. You're trying to explain that to the person, and you're just like, I can't find the words to explain this. I have to sing to you about it, or I have to put some colors on a picture so you can understand what this feels like. So I think that's where, like, I think things in animals are born out of some kind of evolutionary pressure. I think that's what the data, you know, the data shows us. And I think that it's kind of born out of the pressure of our own minds to try and communicate our experience when our other forms of communication just fail us. And that's what I feel when I write music. It's like I feel like I write music out of necessity for the things that I can't express and get out of myself, you know, and that's being inspired within me, but I can't get it out unless I sit down at the piano, or if I sit down at the guitar, or you know, vocally or whatever. So, you know, that's just a little bit
You know,
about
there
what
are
I
a
think.
lot of words in our language that we can use to describe our feelings that, I mean, I, I have history playing guitar, and I know that type of feeling perhaps that comes out of it. I think that writing, though, and using our language, I mean, I don't know, do you think that language is more of a limiting factor, or is it a factor that, is it one of our best factors and uses of
I think it's one of
displaying
our
art?
most practical, you know,
Most practical.
pragmatic.
But sometimes it just doesn't do the trick, like you're saying.
Yeah, that's all I'm trying to convey is that there are things and I'm just speaking from my own experience that you know, I would find those things. It's like, what was it like to look back at her standing under the streetlight, looking back at me? You know, and I think of these moments, and then I write it down in a song, and I deliver it in some form of art, and it feels as though I have conveyed a more true a true depiction of that experience in that way, as opposed to just saying, you know, and she saw me under the streetlight. There's something you know, more pleasurable to me, I think, fundamentally, about abstracting that experience into
Yeah, if you draw that picture of two people under two different streetlights, that's going to have a much bigger representation of what you're feeling than just that line that you had mentioned.
yeah, or even a different kind, you know, like even if it's not bigger or grander or more direct, like I don't know if that's the case, but I think what I do know, just from my experience, just how it feels, is that something else, or in addition or whatever, is communicated when that when you're able to dump it onto the page, you know, dump it onto the piano and share it that way. So
Yeah. Real quick, Perry, let's let Kapow and Hohenheim throw their 2 cents in here. What do you think about all that, Kapow? Any good questions or?
Yeah, that is interesting because since you've been more recently discussing
You get a little closer to the mic, bud. A little closer to the mic so we can hear you.
Because you've more recently been discussing linguistics.
Yeah.
Like art has it doesn't have. There can be aspects of language represented in a work of art, but then at the same time, art can transcend language. So there's some things about art that people can experience it and understand it without necessarily.
That's
knowing
true.
the same language.
Could would it be kind of the same thing if Travis wrote a poem about those 2 people standing under the streetlights?
Definitely, I think.
About those 2 people standing under the streetlights?
Definitely, I think.
What do you think about?
It might be because then, maybe in the form of a poem, a person who had never experienced that before might be able to experience it more closely the way that Pangburn experienced it firsthand.
Or easily transmittable, feeling to feeling kind of thing. The written language, it seems only some people are interested in the art hidden in language and poetry and
literary
literature.
arts.
Yeah. So there are a lot of people who are going to be like, I'd rather see the 2 people under the streetlight in a painting or in a picture, But then there's some people who'd be like, I'd rather hear a poem about this.
100%.
So
yeah, 100%.
That might get into our later discussion about what an aesthetic experience is.
Yeah, we're gonna get into we'll go over aesthetic judgment and the nature of beauty. There's a whole little section on it we can read. But no, what we're talking about right now is getting at the core of things. I mean, we're really investigating how, to talk about the pirouette and what Perry was saying. It's really hard.
Even with the pirouette, it doesn't necessarily tell anyone anything about it. That's just a technical part of the art.
So describing the pirouette to somebody doesn't give them any transcendental experience?
I don't know. Maybe.
I'm playing with
you.
you.
It does. See, that's why this is such a hard thing, because it's sure, it might not for everyone, and then the pirouette will be described to a person. They'll be like, wow,
orgasm.
That's poetry. And then you're like, what?
But
no, I was reading a definition. It's like, no, that's poetry. And then you're like, what?
But
no, I was reading a definition. It's like, no, it hit me. It's art. And you're like, oh, it hit me. It's art. And you're like, oh, okay.
And he's not talking about the pirouette. He's talking about the sentence describing the pirouette. He's like,
right.
What a beautiful sentence.
Yeah, exactly.
So grammatically structured.
This was that exactly what we just went through. There was a perfect example of, as soon as you say this isn't art or that isn't art, some asshole comes in off the street and says, wow. And then you turn around and you're like, what? Yeah. And they're like, that's artistic. That is art. And then you're like,
that's what I needed to get me through.
I'm picking up dog shit, and they're like, there's something so poetic
Yeah,
about
one man's
that.
trash, another man's treasure. Well, I was thinking about a question earlier that related to whether these two terms overlap or not. Aesthetics or aestheticism and functionality of something, because
It's
at
utility.
first, yes, exactly.
Yeah, I think we remember that Dennis Dutton guy had said one of his six
One of his 5 or 6 things. Yeah.
It's non-utilitarian.
non-utilitarian
One was
pleasures. So he says people enjoy
Ah.
art for art's sake. So he says people enjoy art for art's sake and do not demand that it keep them warm or put food on the table. So
But
I think
that would
where
that's
those,
and do not demand that it keep them warm or put food on the table. So
but
I think where
that's
those
what he
meet,
considers
disagree.
an aesthetic universe.
couldn't you see like
I-
gears turning
Perry.
for like
Man,
a
I-
big crane, and you're like, oh, that's beautiful, like, you know, like the mechanics.
Kapow has a
of
question
that.
for you, Perry.
Yeah, what's up, Kapow?
Oh, I think where those two things meet is in design, since design takes, like, it tries to take the functionality of something, but then combine it with aesthetics.
Yeah,
But
that's what people do to try and sell
But
products.
that's where,
pretty
like,
much.
at least in those fields, it's more difficult to tell what art is, like architecture, can be like that,
Oh yeah,
like whether it's art or not, like amongst the.
So was
experts.
Dunnett,
Dennis Dutton.
Dutton, was he saying saying that those were his requirements for what is art, or
Yeah,
those are
basically his 6 universal signatures in
Yeah.
any human aesthetics,
interesting?
God, I
and it
disagree with
was
all of them so
expertise
far.
or virtue. I'm sorry.
I was saying I disagree with all of them so far.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not 100% sold on them either. I do believe in the first one, expertise or virtuosity. People do recognize and admire technicality in any artistic skill. That's an obvious one.
Well,
Well,
Go
Pollock
ahead.
destroyed that straight away. Pollock and Duchamp, and like Duchamp just got a toilet. Pollock just splashed paint all around.
We're not talking about postmodern
basically.
stuff yet.
We're talking about
Like, that's-
art.
I think
That-
Pollock's art
we're-
is complex.
if we're still talking about like the category, you know, the what is art, like
That's the whole show. Yeah.
what is it? Yeah, what is at the essence of art, man? It's like I'm very cynical that we will about, and maybe this is something I should overcome, because you know I just can't find anything that I can say that's not art, because I can imagine the ghost or the geist behind me going, but it is. I conceptualized it as art. It's like I can't get away from it. I don't know.
I don't think there's
Hohenheim,
anything-
do you agree with that, Hohenheim? Like,
100%, yeah, and that's been said by so many artists, and that was discovered through the discoveries of the different kinds of art. So they came across this, and then there's art made on that topic. There's art literally saying exactly what you said, and that changed the definition of art. So that's yeah.
I don't think it changes that it's still important to talk about.
No, definitely, and it's really good to talk about. And then that's a topic, and then people make art about that. And
Well,
I put in the comment what I think art is. It took a long time to listening to you guys, but it's
also-
art is a symbol that communicates a unique idea, and that's it, really.
ooh, does it have to be a symbol?
Yeah,
No.
A symbol as in it communicates a unique idea with that whatever it is, that symbol of. So I'd say it's a symbol. That's just my
No,
opinion.
Concepts,
well,
symbols.
my argument there would be what about non-representational art? There is art that people make that they spend a lot of time on it, but it isn't necessarily.
Like what
Yeah,
is it that
symbol.
they use?
They're not trying
It's
to.
a symbol for what you just said. Yeah, it's a symbol for non-representational art.
It's not though, because they're not trying to represent anything.
Well,
And it's
how do you
not
know they're not trying to
abstract.
represent anything? How do you know they're not trying to represent anything?
This is assuming
Because
we
they've got
know
a
that the
symbol
artist.
representing that.
Yeah, if the
No,
artist's
this is
intent
assuming
was,
that the artist has explained this, or like it
The
is.
intention.
Then you,
Yeah.
but then him not explaining the intention, he's intentionally done that in the piece of art. That's why it's a non-representational piece of art, because he wants to represent that with a symbol.
Yeah,
If you
the
can't recognize it,
non-representation, right?
to make you not recognize it is what made you not recognize it. So it's just a simple. It's just an idea I thought whilst I was listening. Art could be
It's
something
I'm
else.
meta
interested in
art.
I'm interested in the way that you're using the that you're speaking about symbol, because like I think
me
about
too.
a symbol being something that could be like replicated in some sort of way.
So here's
Yeah.
something I wrote
Everything.
from my notes. I'll just copy and paste it. Art must inspire a conceptualizer to deem it so. So I think it's one rule, like this might be the fundamental rule for art, is that absent a conceptualizer to deem it so, I don't think it exists, right? Can we all agree that art must be conceptualized?
uh,
I agree with that
I
one.
would, just because of this past week's study of Hegel that I will talk about tomorrow.
Peter says no, by the way.
It's a question of what came first, the chicken or the egg.
Always.
And someone like Hegel would say that, well, art and the conceptualizer actually are one thing.
Yeah.
And because of that, I think that it's nonsensical to create this before and after type situation where there has to be a conceptualizer. And this is obviously from the grounds of like a Hegelian type reading of the Geist.
Okay,
I
but
mean, if someone didn't see it or observe it, then how?
well,
can we
art
think
is
it
oh, sorry,
It's a
Capel.
concept. Every piece of art is a
Yeah,
concept.
you guys, art is a concept, right?
It has to be
we agree?
conceptualized. I think we
Yeah.
all agree on that, right?
Yeah.
Does everyone agree?
But that's what
Can't have a concept
that's what
without-
I just said. It sounded like Perry was
Oh.
disagreeing, but which is
Oh,
fascinating.
I thought you said, yeah, I guess I was arguing against, yes, I was arguing against like the thing, the object, not the idea of art.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
to answer consciousness there, she said, I think the concept has to be created from a mind, like, and I'm not just saying human mind, whatever mind, and by mind, all I mean is a conceptualizer,
Right.
something that can conceptualize of something,
The
And
conceptualizer
that's the
and
creator,
the
I would say.
conceptualized, right?
Well, we might
I'd say
differ
that's the-
here because we might differ here, Ping or Travis, because I don't like when I go in conversations about art, I specifically mean things that a person has created, not nature, not an animal, not the wind.
Oh, yeah. So I think we agree, because I think the wind is wind, the tree is a tree, unless a conceptualizer comes along and conceptualizes it as art. That's just kind of how I parse the objective
Okay.
and the subjective, as we were talking about it before. Like, I do believe that.
And what would the medium of those things be themselves? Those things themselves.
I think
Like
whatever
the air-
Oh, sorry, I thought you were done asking.
So like the air itself of the wind, or like the tree,
Yeah.
tree itself, the tree could. So the only person that is creating the art is just the person conceptualizing it as being.
That's all. Yeah, like I think. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no.
I don't think we agree there. That's okay.
Try it again, Travis.
Yeah, I was just
I'll be
saying
back
that,
in a
like,
sec.
so the wind, the sound of the wind, right? I would say that there's a differentiation between just the wind and art, and I think the differentiation there is that someone comes around and conceptualizes it as art. It's not that the wind changes in its objective property, of what's in the wind. It's just that the conceptualizer comes along and says, sure, that's wind, but it's also the birds, how the bird looks like a cloud, like all that stuff. It's like it's still a bird in a cloud, but the conceptualizer's abstracting from that to create the concept of art in its mind. That's what I think happens.
Let's let Kapow respond, and then Hohenheim, you go ahead.
So did we talk about artistic objects?
We will get to that if we
Okay.
have time. Yes.
Okay. So I disagree with that. Like, if a person wants something in another medium, then that to me could be art.
Of course.
But there's no like I guess I agree with Conscious Mess's question, or it's not really agreeing with it, but she asked the question if it requires a creator, and I would say yes.
Yeah,
So
if we need
intention
creative,
must
But
be
I
there.
wouldn't say that those things themselves can be art on their own
Okay.
right,
without
and I
human
that's what
interference.
I think we are agreeing, because if we're to say that like the creator is the conceptualizer, then cool, because I think that's what Hohenheim was saying.
And both
Very
that
good.
it can be a creator, but that then includes the other definition in that, so you don't need to make the other definition. Like someone actually having to create it, it doesn't matter then whether who created it.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I go to like the conceptualization. That's where I think the art is born. Like, okay, the tree grows, but the art of the tree is not born until the conceptualizer deems it so.
Right.
That's what I think happens.
Does there have to be intentionality or not? That's the question we're wrestling with here. You know what I mean? Does
that
does
doesn't
the
exist.
creator? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Hohenheim.
Sorry, man. I get triggered. And my mouth just goes before my brain.
It's all good, bud.
The,
I am. People would see it that way. Go ahead and say what you were going to say.
I completely now forgot what I was going to say. Bugger.
I know what he was going to say. He was going to say that we can't have intentionality if we don't have free will.
Ah,
or
thank you,
something
Perry.
along the
Yes,
lines of that.
I was going to say intentionality doesn't exist. So yeah, that's what I was going to say.
But if
that's right, I
intentionality
forgot.
doesn't exist, Hohenheim, then how can we even do philosophy?
Well, we're doing it now. We have no choice.
Because
We have no choice. I agree. I agree with. I agree with that fundamentally, but
right. So what do you define as intentionality then?
Ooh.
Having control,
Getting to the
having
meat.
complete. Oh, this is free will, but having complete understanding of every implication and having ultimate power to make any decision. Crazy shit that just can't exist.
With art, so I think
What
it's
do you
important
mean
what you're bringing
ultimate
up, right?
power? You said absolute and ultimate, as if.
Because if you can't make a decision based on your power, then you can't make every decision. So you don't have full agency.
right, you're talking about the limitations that remove our will from being free. We are chained by our limitations.
That's what intentionality is.
Yeah. Well,
So intentionality is being chained by our will. Is that what I'm hearing?
no,
What?
the opposite.
What was the original question, Thomas? Was it does art?
What we're wrestling with here is art all about intentionality? Does it have to be created and have an intended telos,
Right.
Or is anything art?
So this is
the conceptual, anything that a conceptualizer deems as art, it's art.
right, like because I think like the conceptualizer may deem it so, after its creation, but that doesn't mean the intentionality is somehow objectively what the art is. And what I mean by that is a Picasso will be like, I'm going to make this image.
Yeah.
Feel like he'll make his piece of art, and then someone will come along and be like,
Yeah.
"Ooh, I love gardening. This makes me feel about how much I love gardening." And then the next person will come along and they'll be like, you know what? This is actually really about the essence of the mother and the nature of the earth and the wind of the sails in the stars." And then and then it's just like, if you try to tell that person that, like, oh, they don't understand this art, they can just say, that's what this art is to me.
Yeah.
And there's
So-
nothing I can do to their experience to say you're wrong about the fundamental artness of it all.
But that's ascribing some sort of meaning to the work. That's not necessarily deciding whether or not it's art based on if a person created it or if nature created it.
Oh, but yeah, I'm saying regardless of the intention,
Right.
it may or may not matter to the conceptualizer who's conceptualizing what you've conceptualized to be art.
It just matters the conceptualizer. It doesn't matter the intent of however it was created.
That would be my take. Yeah.
I had a
An
couple
art can be
questions.
created to.
I had a question for you, Hohenheim, actually, and then go ahead and ask whatever. When you were
I'll say
saying...
that quickly before you ask a question. Can I just say,
Oh, yeah,
because
sure.
it relates to
Go
the
for
last topic?
Go for it, go for it.
Sorry, we might as well have the mic.
No.
And
You're good.
I'd say that then art can be made that can give different people who are watching it different conceptions, and that's the idea that's being portrayed in the piece of art. You could do so much crazy shit with.
Yeah.
Yeah, what's the question?
Kapow, real quick. Can we let Kapow finish what he was saying before Barry goes?
Yeah.
Okay, real quick, go.
Oh, was I saying something?
Yeah, well, I think you're kind of agreeing with Travis, but I think you still take the side of intentionality. Is that correct?
I do, yeah.
Okay. No,
then-
I have no idea. So
I do, and then also, I'm not a stranger to having some sort of artist statement or letting the people who are experiencing the art know you with your art
yeah,
as well.
I
I don't
understand
think that becomes the art either, because there's some people that like focus on that part too much, but like it at least gives somewhat of a context.
I think that too,
Your-
like sharing your intentionality behind your art can actually inspire new abstractions of the same art. That's one of the most beautiful things about it. Like, I feel so happy that we are able to do this and share this. Like, it's got to be one of the greatest joys of this experience, so high on my pleasure hierarchy, to be
Yeah.
able to like take in a up and then you've for so long thought that this piece of art must be connected to like some kind of real life experience of this person, and they're like, no, I just made it up. So then that may or may not affect how you either create this new abstraction from the combination of those experiences, or maybe you stay in the in the imagined reality of what the art meant to you originally.
no. Perry.
Concepts and ideas also symbols for you in this definition
Yeah.
that you gave for art?
Yeah,
You said
think so.
yeah. So like an idea could be inspiring and art artful, art filled, beautiful.
Artful's a word. Artful's a word.
It's kind of a funny word, artful.
It is. It is.
And then my second question is, I feel like the question that is begged here is everything art?
Pretty much.
But can I see? Can I see
I'm
something
kidding.
like
I'm
that?
kidding.
Yeah, yeah.
No.
Focus.
My answer
I'd say,
is, of
yeah.
course, no, until it's conceptualized by someone. It becomes art, because I think here's what I'll say about this: the galaxies that have not been conceptualized to be art, like, of course some have, but the ones that haven't, I would say they're just galaxies. They're the objects without any abstractions born of the subject artistically. So, do you guys agree or disagree with that? Like,
Yeah. 100%. I'd love to give my answer real short.
Go across the
I have
panel
no
and give
choice
your
right now.
yeah.
So I'd say everything could be art, like exactly
Yeah.
what Travis says. Every single thing could be art. And
All right, so
no,
there we go.
that's beautiful.
All right. So Kapow?
We can move on to the next topic.
he's like, no. No, it's okay. I to be honest, I think that it is, once it's conceptualized as art, it is normatively art to the subject. But there isn't a consensus. There's like this objective consensus in music about what is technical and what is, all that kind of stuff. But of course, it might not matter to someone else. So
That's
is it
being
does
subjective about-
intentionality matter at all? I think it kind of has to a little bit, right, Travis?
Oh, I thought of something from before.
In the most real sense of where it matters, or it's how we experience why that matters, is kind of what I outlined before, in that intentionality is going to be a source of things that can be newly conceptualized from. Like, someone can have like the intention to, they'll have an intention born of their experience or their sentiments, whichever way you want to look at that, of like, homework sucks, and okay, and from homework sucks, they have this intention to communicate through some art form, whatever's closest to them. Give me that piano, give me that guitar, give me that page of paper, and they're gonna create their art, and their intention is to deliver this communication about how much homework sucks, and so they create this, and then someone else might come along and say, I think this is kind of a microcosm of like the greater issue of being forced to do things you don't want to do, like we'll abstract something new from that. So I would say intentionality is, of course, something that will inspire art.
Okay.
Or, that's, I guess that's the way I would put it.
No, I want to hear what you have to say. Go ahead.
Peter, I don't know if he's still here.
I think he is.
That sometimes art is made by accident. So this would fall into what Travis is saying as well. Like, if, like, I used to paint watercolors, so like sometimes you just spill ink or watercolor and it ends up becoming part of your painting when you didn't even really intend it to be in the first place. So that takes away intention, because it's not was not originally something that you intended to do. But I also struggle with that one at the same time, because if you accidentally find something while you're experimenting with your instrument or music or with painting or whatever, you are still in like the realm of art making. you know, it was just happened to be an
Leaving
accident
it in
within it.
is
too.
intentionally.
Well, yeah, but
Leaving it
here,
in is intentional.
Let's let Scott say something right after Hohenheim.
Leaving it
Go
in
ahead,
is
Don.
intentional.
Okay. Scott?
That's true.
yeah. I mean, like, so, like, when you're writing a song, these kind of things happen all the time, right? So you have an intent to create a piece of music, but you don't know necessarily what the final product's going to be. So you just start throwing shit and seeing what sticks to the wall, right? And just because you didn't know the outcome before you did a specific action doesn't mean there wasn't intent there, right? So the intent is you to try to create something. And of course, you're gonna like try different techniques. Artists of all stripes have done this throughout the ages, right? But there's still the intention there of they're trying to create something, but the method at which they use isn't laid out in stone, right? There's no specific way to like make a guitar sound good, right? Like a guitar used to be one way, and then somebody came up with a distortion pedal and like, oh yeah, guitar sounds really cool that way, and then they throw in like a delay pedal. I'm like, holy shit, that sounds really fucking cool, right?
Yeah,
And
man.
and these things weren't like they didn't have like the final outcome in their head, but they had the intention of creating something, right? So I
Yeah,
think
that's Scott. That's kind of what the big discussion is right now. Is art a mixture of intentionality and the conceptualization of the conceptualizer, or is it one or the other? Is it intentionality only of the artist, or is it the conceptualizer's conception of it?
the conceptualizers, so the listener.
Yeah, is it the conceptualizer conceptualizing the art? What's the answer?
It's
Keeping in mind, Scott, one thing that the conceptualizer can also be the creator.
Yes.
yeah,
You know.
yeah.
Yeah.
I would say it's both. I would say it's. I don't think you can separate one from the other. I don't think a cleaver has ever been made big enough to to completely separate these two.
Scott, your mic's being weird.
I was gonna say, like, I think it's both, right? I mean,
Yeah,
this sounds like shit, and people are like, "Oh, that sounds so cool." It was like,
Oh yeah.
So you had no intention to that art, but someone else found it artful, right? Is that what you're saying?
Totally. Why had the intention of the art of like trying to like do something? I didn't think the end outcome was good enough to, in my opinion, but other people liked it.
I wanna hear what Kapow has to say, and then we're gonna take on a caller. Daniel's been waiting for a while.
Sure. So I don't know what philosopher this would be, but I remember studying art. It was made up of three different things. One was the artist or the person who created the art. That's important. And then two was the work itself. And then three is the experience of the people observing it.
Yeah.
You need
so that's the
you need at least
philosophy
three.
of art. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we were talking about earlier. Everybody who's listening now who just joined, the distinction between aesthetics, which is the nature of beauty itself, and the nature of taste and judgment, and then taste, and then the philosophy of art, which Kapow just mentioned, is exactly what he said. The artist, what they create, and the criticism or enjoyment of the enjoyer. So
And then the work itself, because the work itself does
and the work itself.
it the art object of the work of whatever it is, the piece of music, the painting, the dance, it doesn't necessarily have like meaning on its own. And that's where like the conceptualizer part is important, of course.
Emotions in any specific media that you prefer, and for people to recognize that emotion, right? So like any song that's good says that, like people say, oh man, I really relate to that. So they have an emotional connection to it. Same thing with dance, same thing with the movies, right? It's all about that emotional connection. But there's no mathematics to it, I guess is the best way to say it. There's no like way and people are gonna love it. That's just not how it works.
A good piece of art usually
yeah.
is one where people like where whatever the artist was intending to make is similar to what the experience of the or how people are experiencing it usually, but it doesn't that way.
Ooh, I don't.
Yeah.
Coming from.
Yeah.
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 And then
So I don't know which side I lean on.
well there's one
Go
more
ahead.
thing, and that was that if the art is in it lives as a concept inside the conceptualizer, then how is it shared amongst the audience?
The art itself is what
But if that, but then that
shares the.
Well, here's something, Kapow. Here's something about what you just asked. Have you been to a big concert before with everyone in the pit, like enjoying the music together? I talked to Jordan Peterson about this in my podcast with him because. What's that?
I'm just making a joke about the way Jordan Peterson would say, "In the pit."
Oh yeah, in the pit, you get swallowed by the dragon, and then you're lost in it, man.
No, finish. Finish what I was interested in what you were saying.
So I was talking to Jordan about this because Jordan's big on thinking that like the artistic inspirational power that is taken from religion is somehow unique to religion in some way. Yeah. And my argument to him is like, no, man, we do this at concerts all the time. We go out, we rejoice, we throw our arms in the air, we feel together, we feel transcended together. I was like, this is the religious experience. There's no difference at the fundamental basis in these modes of artistic and scientific inspiration. So when we're talking about how do we share this, how do we communicate this with each other, we dance with each other, you know, we hold each other while we experience it. We watch films together and we're there in those experiences together in some way. Obviously we're trapped within our own, but we understand that another is there with us. Dude, it's like you're watching Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
And then another way too, musicians playing together.
Yeah.
This is how we share. You know, like I go down to a open blues jam sometimes at this bar near my place where you can just walk in and I like as soon as the piano opens up, I can just walk in, the jam continues. I can sit down at the piano and join in the jam, and that is a way I can share with other people.
I can
Daniel,
agree with those things.
Yeah. Daniel, I swear we're going to get to you. I swear. 1 second. Avant-garde and improvisational. I love it. You should go watch his dance videos. They're on YouTube, aren't they, Kapow?
They're awesome. Yeah.
Oh, thanks for the plug. Yeah.
Yes.
They are.
So that's why we did this episode, is because Kapow has an extremely deep appreciation for what his intentional art is, even though it's free flowing and improvisational. You know what I mean? So it's a good dichotomy, a good duality going on there. But let Kapow finish what you were saying, and let's see what
Okay.
Daniel's got to
So,
say.
like, the wind blowing through the cloud and the bird flying through into the sky, and like watching the tree also move or something, and the snow and the wind or something. But then if that exists, just if you conceptualize that as being art, and then that piece of art exists only, and it's okay if this is a thing, but it would be very ephemeral. Like, it would just be a concept thing,
Yeah.
that a concept that you observe while you're observing it, and then it would be gone, which is fine. But then, like, I uh I would like to argue that there is a difference between having uh like that not all aesthetic experiences are art. It's just an aesthetic experience.
I agree. That's why I would say that the abstraction needs to occur where you can experience the environment, like walk through the woods, and and just and not deem it so. Conceptualizing it as art, you don't deem it to be art. You just simply say, uh, I'm experiencing nature, and the you know, the abstract of art doesn't even come up. You know.
Sure, I think there's lots of differences, but that's okay.
We'll talk
We
about.
need
We
to
will
let other
continue to talk about the differences, but let's. We will. We will. We're going to talk more about it. No, let's let Daniel get in real quick, and then we're going to go across the panel. And
Hello, what's up, guys? How y'all
hey,
doing?
man, sorry it took
Yo.
so long. We got a lot of people very passionate about this subject.
Oh no, it's good. I was doing some stuff in my shop, just listening.
That's what's
But
up.
it kind of arose two questions that I wanted to ask. The first one was, how does one define art? Like, what is art?
Well, that's what we're wrestling with right now, Daniel. I don't know if you just joined, but we've been we've been hashing that out for a good hour and a half now, almost. It seems like the consensus, Daniel, is that we mostly agree. I can't speak for Kapow, but we mostly agree that art is the conceptualizer conceptualizing the art. So if, like, you take something in as art, it is art to you. You know what I mean? And then there can be this weird objective standard that everybody in a group agrees that this type of thing is art. Then it becomes this subjectively objective, parameter that they use to measure art, because it's like an ad populum thing. But go
Yeah,
go
well,
ahead, Daniel.
the reason why I was asking was because um, it's like art has to, like, to qualify as art. I believe that it has to be something that um, is appreciated when observed. So it's like, you never heard of ugly art, right? You never
Yeah, that's a
heard.
contradiction.
What?
Yeah, no.
What? Of course I have.
Ugly art is actually.
Dude, theater of the grotesque.
Yeah, I would agree. I have to.
Yeah.
Because I can only think of art being as something beautiful and something that you would like to observe. And
Yeah,
then
that's.
I was thinking of, like, you were talking about, basically the observer.
It's a matter
Like,
of taste.
I myself don't think that it's artistic.
But a psychopath might.
Oh, what about horror film? Have
Yeah,
you not
that's what
like?
I was getting to, was that
Uh,
now if I think that blood and gore and violence and stuff is artistic, then there might be something wrong with me. because personally, I think that art is something that should be appreciated and observed from like beauty's in the eye of the beholder, you know?
Sure.
Um,
But I
What
do
the
think
way you just said that, Daniel, if I may, when you say it's in the eye of the beholder, what I say is art must inspire a conceptualizer to deem it so. That's kind of what I'm saying, is that the beholder is the conceptualizer. So like if someone comes around and says that that tree is art, there's nothing I have within my purview, as far as I can tell,
ooh,
to be able to demonstrate how that isn't art.
so I
right,
think
yeah,
there's a
you're
big
actually
differentiation
like
there.
kind of going where I was going. Um, and
What's that, Scott? Daniel, can we just hear Scott quickly? I
yeah,
don't want to. I don't want to like. I just really want to hear what Scott had to say.
Yep.
I do think there is a big differentiation there, right? So just because you find something beautiful doesn't make it art, right? Art to me is it's fundamentally required that somebody has to be doing something to create it, right? So
Ooh,
like
So are you on Kapow's side then?
Yay, someone else on my
Yeah.
so
side.
you're kind of
yeah,
on Kapow's side.
I
yeah.
agree with that.
So like I separate beauty from art. So I can look at a sky. I can look at a like beautiful sunset and say, oh, that's beautiful. I don't say it's.
But I do. So what would you say to me to tell me that it's not art?
I would just say maybe you're using the wrong terminology, right? To me, I would say it's beautiful because I've heard people say or like refer to art and beauty as the same thing. I don't think they are the same thing. Like
I
something,
agree that they're not
yeah,
the same thing. Yeah.
something that is beautiful, something that's is put into place by somebody who's trying to make a statement, right? Somehow, some way. And that doesn't mean just because like this artist makes something, somebody's going to take it the way that they made it. But people
So
will.
you don't.
Team
So you don't
Kapow.
believe in like the. You don't believe in the art of nature.
No, I think nature's.
Okay, let's clear that up though, because you said you don't necessarily think it's art. I agree with that.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily think it's art. I just think it can be art if a conceptualizer deems it so. If a mind comes along and says, "This flowing river is the artistic depiction of the mother of space and how she
Her
flows
womb
through the
floweth.
how her womb has been created."
Yeah,
Have you seen
but it's the creation of that
Scott?
concept that is art as opposed to like
Yes.
just yeah.
That's all I'm saying, dude. I'm saying that there needs to be a conceptualizer to deem it so.
Yes.
It's not art in and of itself. Like a flowing river is a flowing river. A sunset is a sunset. But if a feuding that, unless I start adding parameters to
it's I think basically like that's what I was pretty much asking was how do we gauge what art is, just because in my mind, art is something good, but how do we know if it's good? Like we have to have some type of scale to rate it, correct?
Well, good is
Well,
normative, right? So it's
Yeah,
gonna
that is what we're talking about.
right.
Daniel,
art
I
doesn't
don't
have to
mean
be
to rush
good.
you off, Daniel, but we actually do have more callers. I'm
Oh, go
not
ahead.
rushing you off. You can still finish what you were thinking there.
Well, it's mainly what I was thinking that art is an intention from the artist. And
So you would agree with Kapow and Scott? Is that where you're going with?
I think that because it's like this, like you were saying earlier, I can make something and it be artful and say this is good, and then someone else can say, well, I don't like it, that's not art, you know. But it goes back to someone had to, from what I understand, something had to cause the effect.
What is that
You know,
sound?
Can you
something
mute
had to
Hohenheim,
make it.
Is
please?
someone using a penis
Oh,
pump
sorry,
or
dude.
something?
Hohenheim's doing his
I'm
laundry.
using. No, I'm using one of these extend your neck, blow up things because my neck's getting naughty. Sorry, I'll mute.
No, you're
Sure
good.
you
I'd
are.
We're
I
gonna
would have
go.
been pumping for like the next 10 minutes. I'll be fucking pumping. So
I'm gonna get back to you, Hohenheim, because we want your opinion. I'm gonna go back to the panel in just a second. But Daniel, did you want to have any final thoughts on? You can jump, but right back in the caller queue.
No, that was pretty
I've
much
just got
it.
too many speakers right now.
I think
Thank you
that
for
you have
calling
to
in.
have an artist and you have to have a perception. Like you have to have an observationist. I think you have to have both, basically.
Okay,
My conclusion.
gotcha.
Yeah, it's a holistic system, right? I mean, like just by the fact that somebody can perceive art, then there's somebody who can make art. Like if our brain is developed to the point where we can conceive art, we can make art. So then it becomes,
I
you know,
think, yeah,
fuzzy fuck.
yeah, and it's kind of the Wild West, man. I think we make art all the time, and sometimes we, or just simply what we are doing.
Mm.
Well, like I would put it this way, like I've seen like pictures from like the James Webb Telescope that look beautiful. I don't think it's art just because this is just showing us the patterns of light that happen within the universe. So there's no like intention there, right? To me, I just find that as being beautiful. The same way I'd say like a sunset's beautiful. I wouldn't say it's art. That's what like I do separate the idea of beauty versus art. Me just me personally. That's
Yeah, like,
Philosophy does that too. So
yeah, and I do, and I think most of us do until we abstract that into art. Like I think we will walk around and experience mostly without, creating the concept of art through something in our experience. But like it's like something we sometimes do, when we decide
Philosophy.
to.
and we know you love us, and we love you. Just hop back in the caller queue.
Hey, Thomas.
Jenny, what's up? Jenny from the block.
Awesome conversation. I'm loving it.
Oh yeah, thank you. We always bring the goods.
I dropped a couple of things in the chat. Maybe you
I saw
noticed.
that.
Maybe
I
you
looked
didn't.
at some of them.
Yeah, the World Economic Forum had some interesting art. Let's just say the memers on Twitter are having a little bit of fun at their expense.
Jenny, real quick, can I have Kapow respond to what he was just about to say a second?
You betcha.
Or maybe not. Yeah, go ahead, Jenny. He's doing something.
Yeah, I really don't have too much to add besides what I shared in the chat. I am a actor, a singer, and involved in musical theater as my profession. And so I have definite opinions on what constitute great musical theater art. I'm not as well versed in the
You
artistic
seem
world.
like one of the busiest people in the world. You've
Je-
raised like 20 children. You do. It's impressive. I'm impressed.
Jenny, that just sparked my curiosity big time. Like, do you do primarily musical theater, or do you do any film? Or
I've never done any film, but I just auditioned for Tuck Everlasting, which is a musical that was on Broadway, started like 7 years ago.
Yep.
It's just now hitting regional theaters. I auditioned for the grandmother in the role in the show, which is the comedy role, which I'm praying I get it. I actually just got an email from the director tonight. She said they're still working on the cast list, so I'm waiting to
Well,
hear if I got it.
I hope you get it.
Oh, I do
Is,
too.
is that
Also-
is that
Oh,
in the
sorry.
Longmont Theater, Jenny?
No, it's a new company in Boulder called The Spark, and they're professional, but they're really passionate about training young actors. Ensemble and the understudies, and they promise the understudies to get at least one performance. And
Okay,
so it's
yeah.
a nice concept for a community theater because it's got that kind of professional polish, but it's not
Yeah.
quite like Boulder Dinner Theater or the other really professional companies in the Denver Boulder area. And
Yeah.
it's perfect. It's
Yeah.
perfect for my level of skill.
Thomas, can we please talk about musical theater for a teensy weensy
You
bit?
sure
Talk
can.
about art. I
You sure can.
So Jenny, have you taken in Legally Blonde the musical yet?
I watched the they had like a Hulu type behind the scenes show. I can't remember where I watched it while it was in development. So
Okay.
I watched like all the girls auditioning, and I love that movie. But I think
Oh,
the
you have
musical-
piqued Travis's interest.
I was a managing producer for that for a outdoor theater production that ran for a couple months back in 2015, I guess, or 2016. But
I think
that's a new musical, new in the past 10, 15 years that I think is quite good actually.
I think it's hilarious, and
think the
I
music is
really
good.
love what they did with the music tied to
Yeah.
it. I heard
There's
the
some
audition
pumping
song.
songs like "Bend and Snap,"
Yes.
"What You Want." Like these are good pop rock songs that it's music comes out of the musical theater world. What's your favorite role that you've ever played?
I just played Mrs. Fezziwig in A Christmas
Oh.
Carol at Longmont Theater
Oh.
Company 4 years ago. It was a blast. And I was in the ensemble too, so I did a ton of singing in the show overall.
So
But,
you were in a stage production of Muppets Christmas Carol, not like just the regular Christmas Carol?
No, this is Christmas Carol, just the traditional play, and then we musicalized it.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, because I've done audio engineering for a musical version of A Christmas Carol, because there's actually one that was created. I'm trying to remember some of the numbers, but this was like back in maybe 2013 that I did the engineering for this. But oh yeah, because it is it Fuzziwig in the Muppets version, but Fezziwig in
It's-
right.
It's Fezzy. It's Fezzy.
Oh, okay.
And our directors hired a local musician to write 4 original songs for this show. One was for the Fezziwig party scene. And so I got to sing that with Mr. Fezziwig. And then we just used traditional Christmas carols to kind of shape the rest of the show. And it was so fun.
Yeah.
I was stage manager for that. And then I directed an entertainment group for the Simon Fest Theater Company in Utah, where we just traveled around the area performing for local service clubs and various conventions and things like that. And that was a blast, just being the entertainment director for that. Mostly I've done a lot of directing during my adult life because I just haven't had time to be in a show. But once
Right.
my youngest son turned 10, I went back to the theater and have been doing all sorts of stuff in the last 10
Wow.
years.
Yeah, so
Fucking impressive.
I played Danny Zuko,
Oh, that's so fun.
Jesus Christ in
Jesus Christ
Godspell.
Godspell, that's awesome.
Yeah. And I love Godspell. I think it's got better music than Jesus Christ Superstar. Well, Jesus Christ Superstar has some rockin' tunes as well. But
Y'all know Kapow likes theater too, right?
Have you done any Kapow
I
musical
did.
theater?
I was in Joseph, and I was in As a Brother, and then
Cool.
I was also in Hammerstein's Cinderella.
building. And then you've told me that it was a beautiful piece of art already, and the only difference is, at that point, is that you didn't know where the source came from. This is a subjective decision you're making about what you think art is versus what you experience as art.
Okay. Hohenheim, we haven't heard from you. Can you want to respond to that?
Oh, can you summarize it? I did listen to it.
We're still talking about does intentionality need to be there? And I think your answer is no because of determinism, right?
Oh, those two, shit. Yeah, I'll get to that in a second. No, first, I'd say that the creator can be the person who adds the symbolism as the idea to the art. So that is the creator then. So something that wasn't art before can be created by the person who says it's art, and then someone could create something else, and then that's can be art.
Didn't you also say that you call it all art, and that's what makes it art? You said, because I say so. That was a good one.
But yeah, because now I've decided it's art. I've seen artistic qualities in it. So yeah. No, I was saying that everything subjective, all the subjects could be art, but then everything in its entirety is art because I just said it. So now it is definitely.
Exactly. That's what I was going to get into with you. Linguistically, you can say that, and it makes sense. You know, I deem our conversation right now artistic. You know what I mean?
Holy crap! Yeah. Sorry.
I think we're all being pretty fucking artful. Who else? Perry, are you still with us?
Yeah, what's up? I also agree that I don't think that, because I would, and I'd be interested to see the difference between beauty and art for Scott. He'd probably have to go a bit more into detail about that. But
yeah, we can get into that, and I can also read the definition of beauty. But Scott?
Bruce is with us too, eh? Just
shit! I forgot about Bruce. I'm so sorry, man. We got
I didn't want to
speakers.
Yeah, I didn't want to come up into the speaker spot because I could talk about this for a really long time, and so I wanted to restrain myself.
You've got no callers behind you, so you're good right now.
Well, yeah, great. So anyway, I think there's an issue of interpretation at hand. The way I see it is there are three interpretations to the issue, and there's yours, mine, and the correct one. And the correct one is based in the intentionality of the creator. And so when somebody claims to have the interpretation of the medium correct, well, at that point you have to somehow interpret the motive of the creation. And so in that case, there's still only three possibilities. And we could both be wrong, and we could both be right. But there still is only one correct one. And that would be the creator who decided that this would be a piece of art. Now, and the other issue I have with that is, if everything is art, then nothing is art. And in that case, we're basically.
So you're saying without the contrast of things not being art, then art would have no meaning if everything was art. Is that what you're getting at?
Right, exactly.
Okay.
The contrast.
I understand that paradox, and I feel you.
Was it the contrast in that lies in the difference in the subjectivity of every person on the planet? Not everything is. That aren't art to a large majority of people.
Even in that case, the person would have to state what distinguishes it from not art or art when they make the claim.
No. See, there doesn't need to be a distinguishment of art because art is subjective to the person.
Yeah, right, correct.
It doesn't need to be a specific distinction. There doesn't need to be a level or a type of the distinction. It's, I think that's artistic. Immediately that becomes art.
Why would there not need to be a distinction?
Because when they think it's artistic or it's.
But they've already asserted. So they have indeed invoked that
It's
claim, that
subjective though.
paradigm by doing it.
That's it's subjective though. So when I see something that I think is artistic, and then I think that I see something that isn't artistic, that thing that isn't artistic to me isn't artistic. This question.
Time that you're imposing on it as well.
No.
Real quick, I wanted to hear
That's an
what Kabau's saying.
observation I've made based on my experiences. I'm not imposing a paradigm.
Yeah, real quick, Kabau, jump in.
Oh, all I was going to say is declaring or claiming something as art doesn't necessarily.
That's not. Yeah, that's not relevant. Yeah, it could be evil or fucking terror. Great,
Because there is a tendency for people to want, when someone takes the time to observe something or describe it as being art, they're usually or oftentimes people are talking about it being good, like, oh, this is art, like, so they're saying that there's some sort of something about it that is good, but I just wanted to make a distinction when I talk about it, that that's not what I say, because I think there's plenty of bad art, but I would still consider it art because someone made it, you know.
So it's that like objective consensus that everybody in the dance field might think that this piece of dance is like, you know, technically and emotively, you know, just superior to, you know, children at ballet, right?
Huh?
What's huh?
And one's
Right.
good, one's bad.
Yeah, no, I was
Maybe.
just, we were talking about earlier that you know, sure, art can be, you know, normative and subjective, but there could also be a, you know, like, you know, everybody on the planet agrees that a painting of most people, we'll say most people agree that a painting of a sunset gives them some kind of good feeling, right? It's hard to explain where I'm trying to go. Fuck.
I yeah. Yeah.
necessary to the equation whatsoever.
Jason
But
made that point earlier in the chat. He said if you if you say that nature is art, you are intending a what?
Creator.
Yes.
was it
Yes,
in
exactly.
this case, right? So was it if there is a creator, right? Which
Sure.
I'm not going to label a being as much as forces that just kind of act upon each other. As far as we can tell, the four fundamental forces of the fucking universe have come together over time to create fucking everything that we are.
Yes.
And out of that, it birthed artists
Yes.
that we at least know for sure exist on this planet or whatever. And if it is doing everything, including which throughout those fundamental forces creating something, then a thing that isn't a being, which means that nature, not a being, is creating something. That means everything that you conceptualize from nature is art that you find to be art.
Ooh. So then how would you differentiate art and science? Because to me that's the realm of science.
Yeah, let Trav get in. Let all
I would
Trav get in.
say, Scott, the way I would say that is like a tree is a tree. Science is talking about what the object is in and of itself, right? When we're examining these things. So a tree is
We're
a
trying
tree.
to get to that, yeah.
Yeah. That's what and whether or not we're touching the real
Sure.
or not.
Sure.
Let's not dog whistle Dao Tzu here because he'll be on our ass in a minute. I'm not saying necessarily that that we are touching the actual real of what the tree is.
Sorry.
But whatever we are touching with science, I would say that is the object, or at least that's what we're trying to figure out. But and then it's not art yet. But if a conceptualizer comes around and looks at it and says, and they're thinking of it, they're abstracting from it and creating an artistic concept of it in their mind, that art as a concept exists and it's art to them. And then if someone else comes, and then if they communicate that to the next guy and they say, hey man, check out this art. And that guy's like, motherfucker, that's not art. That's just a fucking tree. They're both right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no,
but then the right
when-
claim there starts to
when you
make a
put it that
distinction
way.
as to whether or not someone's wrong.
Well, that's what I mean. It's like I've spent like my entire life trying to find something that I can point to that cannot be conceptualized as art, but I've failed to do so. So I've come to state that my best the fundamental basis of what I think art is it's just whatever the conceptualizer deems it to be.
You and Jack are on the same side, and it seems Bruce, and Scott are speaking more on
But
the
I
other.
think
Is that right?
but I think Scott and Bruce are talking the same thing though. That's what I'm talking about because they're saying what up, Brett?
What's up?
I do want to
That
say
full beard looking good today.
I do want to say with the way Travis said that is like, yeah, once you see this specific light bouncing off a tree and it comes into your head and you have a conceptualization of it, what's happening is you are creating that art in your head. But it is like, to me, I would still say it's still like you're creating something as the observer. Right.
Yep.
So
Yep.
like
100%.
and with that, I totally agree.
So I don't think we disagree. I think you're just saying, Scott, like you're talking more about like art as some things I've heard is like art as a necessary like mode of communication, or there will be something in the art that's created by people that has an intentionality or something like that. But I think that would be more about like how we go about creating our own art versus
Yes.
conceptualizing about art.
But even in that conceptualization, you are doing it in and of yourself. You're creating it in your own mind,
Yes.
right? So like
Yes.
when you put it down to that level, 100%, yeah, like that's like there's no.
Then I think we're in agreement.
I want to address.
Yeah,
I want to address Spitfire's question in here real quick.
Yeah, real quick, and then we're going to let Brett. Sorry,
Yeah.
Brett, we're going to let Brett get in after you, and then we are going to see if Perry has something to say and if Jenny has something to say, and Hohenheim, because they haven't spoken in a while. So
Parents.
we'll
Okay.
go down the line here.
Is it? I'll rock out his question real quick. He's like, but what is it? What is it that or the made it art? What changed when looking at the tree? A feeling? What conceptualized in the mind? So, from what I can tell, at least from my experience, and when I start thinking of things that are art, at least to me specifically, when I look at something and I start like thinking about it, I start thinking of things that are art. At least to me specifically, when I look at something and I start like thinking about it in any like slight way deeper than just just scanning it with my eyes, like slight way deeper than just scanning it with my eyes.
Yes.
I wait to feel what that brings me. Does it bring me happiness, sadness, disgust, rage, fucking like lament? Like I wanted to. The only thing in my feelings that I personally don't consider art when it hits me, or like the thing that conceptualizes in my mind specifically, is indifference. If I look at something and take more than a moment of my time to actually examine it versus just scanning over it, and it produces indifference to me, I feel nothing from it at all. My mind doesn't change, my state of mood doesn't change. It is just a piece.
Right. You have
Other than indifference when I study something like that is what I would consider art. I agree, Travis, exactly what you said.
Okay, Brett. Real quick, Scott. Let's let Brett. I'm sorry.
Yeah, personally.
Yep. Sorry, Brett.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Hey man.
Maximus.
Yo. So I've been trying to follow the last like 20 minutes or so.
Can I sum it up for you real quick?
No.
Okay.
Maybe I would have just like a short one. Is that maybe it's about degree and not necessarily creation? Because if art is almost anything that can be created, like all the examples we gave, then maybe it's about the individual person's judgment on degree on what is, I'm going to say low quality art, but like Travis said, drawing, writing the full scale musical, like Jenny's saying in the chat, that just requires so much technical experience. So maybe it's more about the degree.
somebody who's just like freshly in love, they would have a different response, right? And I think to me, it seems like that's more what they're talking about. And
Yeah, when they say the
I
words
think
on the
there's
page,
also
when they say the words on the page were all that mattered, importation of meanings from outside the text was considered irrelevant. Yeah, I don't know if the words on the page were all that mattered, because without context, I don't know. I'm not really sure. I don't know how to answer that one. I didn't mean to interrupt.
I think that there's intellectual problems with art interpretation as well.
Well, the fact that there are words in the page just go like, to me, it just goes to the position of like, well, somebody wrote this thing down, right? So they were intending it. It's the same way, like I said, like when somebody looked at a sunset, they're writing their own story in their own head. And once you write that story, that's the art to it, right? But if somebody is just like a blank slate and they look at the sunset, they have no prior experience, nothing. I don't think there would be any artistic like experience that would be had, because it requires that person who's seeing it to create a narrative in their head, right? Like we were talking about the birds, like the birds, like they could either be fighting or they could either be like playing in like situation. Like somebody, like you have to have some sort of like it's the brain in the vat, Thomas. Like
Yes. Yeah, the floating man or brain in the vat. Yep.
I don't fucking think so. Experienced any of this shit. Like it would not even understand what art was.
Let Scott, are you still there? It sounded like you cut out.
Oh no, I was just saying, like if you're a brain in the vat, like I don't think you could truly understand what art was.
Yeah, I don't know either. I don't know. Brett, what did you want to say about this?
God, I'm a little confused. The person goes into nature, right? And you hear actual like animals or the creek or beach, the beach, waves, the wind, whatever else it is, right? How do you not view that as art, or what's your how does that meet your criteria? Because to me that's
yes. So I'd view these things as beautiful. I think when you say you view it as art, you're making a narrative in your own mind, and that narrative is the art. It's not the actual beach that's there in front of you. It's not the actual birds. It's not any of that. That's what's
Scott, if I may, you're saying the tree in itself, the thing we will analyze scientifically, it's not art.
It's not art. Yeah.
The tree itself is not art, but if you go through nature, and I'm sure you do this, Scott, and you see it, and you see a tree, and you're like, you might have this like fantasy abstraction relating to a piece of art, and then create something momentarily, and you're like, whoa, that was cool. Like I think we all do that when we're out experiencing nature,
Yeah.
But you're just saying beautiful without you conceptualizing art out of it.
Maybe it gives him aesthetic pleasure, but doesn't qualify as art. Maybe.
Yeah. When I can say this, I've been tripping on mushrooms, and I looked at a fucking tree stump for about 2.5 hours. And it was just the craziest shit I've ever seen. And like to me, like it was art, but I know all these abstractions of what's going on, and that was the art to it. Right, it's not like that tree stump. There was no art involved there. It was like my mind.
If it's art, you're acknowledging a great creator from Spitfire. See, I think that there's a misinterpretation from, at least for a great creator, if you really want to take the idea of what a great creator would be, at least from my perspective, then break it down to what the four fundamental forces are of the universe, and you want to call the four fundamental forces a great creator, and that's going to fit the definition of what you're talking about,
Dude.
then that would make sense.
Well, that's a
but yeah, that would make sense. But in where I'm at, the things that have happened at least in the area that we are relative to like physics and shit and quantum physics and where the fuck we're at, and a lot of that is we understand at least the four fundamental forces that affected the things that allowed that to happen, and we are a product of those things when those things went through an entirely long process of happening, and we are something that can determine what is and isn't art. We are something created from a probability matrix that is capable of determining whether or not the things from that probability matrix are art or not. And when you look like all the way through that prospect, and you understand, like, or you not understand, but you come to at least a feeling that, or like your mind starts working towards the idea
notion.
that there doesn't need to, the notion, that's the word, thank you. There doesn't need to be a person or a being behind it. What needed to happen was that there was some forces, and these forces, because they created nature, work down to where we, again, all the way through to us, to where we can conceive of things as art. And those fundamental forces created a spider, which when it weaves a web, we are also capable of being like, this comes from nature itself, these four fundamental forces all the way through, and this thing doing its thing is art. Or if an avalanche happens, it's art in a way. It's like performance art from the universe as it's happening.
Let's let Travis respond, and then I'm going to go around the room. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to say it might be an interesting exercise. So I would say what Spitfire said, this is an artistic abstraction of reality. He said, if it's art, you're acknowledging a great creator. I think that is I would call that an artistic abstraction of nature.
I would in this case, because from my point of view, and I don't know if it's yours as well, Travis, but if the four fundamental forces is what is, as far as we can tell, correct in nature, then somebody seeing that enacting its material abilities across like the universe, people would go, oh, something this fantastical must have been from a creator that was grand in some way, that was capable of being a being and shaping these things to its will, versus just the existence that we seem to have.
Yeah, the natural processes of phenomena and physics. Yeah. Real quick, I'm going to go around the room, and then we're going right back to Jack and Travis. First, Kapow.
Why me? I don't have anything to add right now. I guess.
Okay, well then don't worry about it.
Wait. Okay. So, would these things? It sounds like people already answered this, but basically, like the tree.
Not yet.
Not necessarily. Like, I mean, if somebody makes a piece of art out of a tree, it's art then at that point.
Then
right?
it's an art object. So
yeah, that's an art object.
So that's the thing that I'm kind of wrestling with right now, is like, from what you are all saying, does
Yeah, yeah. So yeah,
We got to bring it back to art a little bit, Jenny. I'm fine with you plugging all that, but let's bring it back to the art conversation as best we can. Okay.
Well, this is our
and
conversation because
I would say to that, Jenny, though, do you think D.W. Griffith said, "Hey, I'm employing the best of the best"? Do you know who D.W. Griffith is?
no,
He was the director of The Birth of a Nation. Have you ever seen that movie?
I know about it.
Yep. So imagine you have somebody like that who just saying, like, who they just say, I'm employing the best. How do you know they're actually doing that though, right?
Well, if they own the company, I believe they should have the freedom to run that company however they want. I don't want to politicize
Oh,
the conversation, but my
Yeah, I'm
point
not getting
is,
mad at you for doing that.
no,
I want to try to,
my point in talking about it, Thomas, is saying that we are headed in this direction in America. I don't know what's going on in Canada, but we're headed in this direction where the government wants to have complete control over all of the arts, performing arts, visual arts, everything, and tell everybody what is art. I am totally
I
against that.
I,
And
I,
FAIR
I
is the
would
only national organization pushing back against that. And so I shared links
I would
for those of you
actually argue,
interested.
Judy, though.
I
I,
will check out the links, Jenny, but let's let Scott say something,
yeah,
and I got to get to other people.
I actually would argue, Jenny, if you look back at what happened in like the mid '80s to like mid '90s, the amount of politicians pushing back on like artists, what any artist is facing now is not even in the same realm. Let's not even go back to the fucking like the blacklisting era of fucking Joe McCarthy. I mean, like we're not even in that same realm of censorship, right? Just because people are calling out people for being fucking assholes doesn't mean it's the same thing as like blackballing people like Joe McCarthy was doing. Because right now, that's not happening.
You just don't
Like
know what you're talking about. There's a guy named
no,
Clifton Duncan who was
I
kicked
do
out
know
of
what
the
I'm talking
Broadway
about.
world because he refused to get vaccinated.
Yeah,
So what's
yeah,
that about? What's that about?
yeah.
Well, I mean, let's not get into
refuse to get
vaccinations. But
vaccinated.
I mean, just off the top of my head, like if you're in an ensemble during a pandemic, you should probably get vaccinated. But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, like if you're talking about people who don't get vaccinated versus people who've been suspected of being a communist sympathizer, like fucking come on, like it's not even in the same fucking realm.
But yeah,
I
it's
lost
kind of off
where
topic, but it's a good topic, and actually, I think we should do an episode on the kind of the politics of art because it is
I don't mind.
it is extensive. Well, I mean, just I think it's got to kind of be its own show because we're more talking about
And I agree.
the
I agree. It needs to
ontology
be
of art
something.
today. You know.
Yep, we're talking about
It's
the
a bit
ontology
beyond.
of art.
A bit beyond what our scope is.
The metaphysics of art. So we could jumping back into it. I don't know if I didn't go to.
So I have thoughts about what Jenny said,
Please.
but I'm going to
Okay.
drop it.
Thank you.
And I'm gonna spread some art here.
That's no shade on you, by the way. I don't know anything about politics, and I just want to talk about art.
Yeah,
I don't know. Hold on, Scott. Scott, hold on. I'm not done.
I was going to say.
I'm just gonna share some dope art. So if you've never heard of Hafiz, he's a 13th century, 14th century Persian poet. Rumi, who's more famous. Dude's legit. Like every one of Hafiz's books has brought me great joy and peace. I would highly recommend. There is a lot of God talk in it, but at the same time, I would say, yeah, Hafiz is just like one of my favorite writers, really, in history. So just wanted to share that. Yeah, I really,
Beauty.
I'm not gonna lie, man. I think Hafiz really helped me just in a mental health crisis a couple of years ago, where Sufi poetry, whether you're religious or not, it's a very relaxing of like, go out into the universe with me and let's just go like see what's up. And it's really very calming.
Like if we are sharing some artists, if we're all allowed to share one that might give you a new perspective or really open up the artistic inspirational power within you, I urge you all, and I dropped it in the chat already, but I urge you all to take in Samuel Beckett.
Oh yeah.
Of aesthetic exploration, even to the point of like creating some pieces of art that are meant to pull the person out of the chair who has been forced to go to see the art by their partner that likes art. Everyone that will really expand you a little bit into this realm of art where you're like it. Well, I guess what I'll say is it's not mainstream. You don't see theater of the absurd or theater of the grotesque in the mainstream very often. There are some, but I would highly suggest looking at Samuel Beckett. Look at Breath. Look at Not I. His most famous, Waiting for Godot. That one is very accessible, but I would suggest his more abstract pieces like Not I and Breath.
Oh yeah. Let's go to Perry. Are you there?
Perry, come on, you son of a bitch!
Come on, parents.
If not, all right, Scott, kick it. You were itching a minute ago.
I would say to God damn it, because I had a good point when Brett made his point, but
you're pulling.
It is gone.
Weed's a hell of a drug, man.
What was the artist that you liked, Scott?
The artist that I like, oh man, whew. It's wide ranging. I mean,
Jackson Pollock is probably one of my favorite artists, but I like really abstract shit.
Well, there's this dude that I and trying to explain your experience through math or like hard facts doesn't
Right.
cut them. Right? It just not gonna fucking pass, right? So like you need to find a way to like say things or do things to like demonstrate what they actually
Your feelings.
mean to you. Yeah.
Yeah.
and that-
Okay. And
that's
here's
yeah.
dude,
Math
here's
is
how I
art
would
too,
say
by
it.
the way, guys. Math
Right.
is art because they have
Yep.
the word. Hang on one second. I'm gonna let you finish. Experimental aesthetics, which deals with the science of like the Mandelbrot set and how it shows the
Yes.
Fibonacci fractal sequence
Yeah.
and all these weird inductive approaches and shit in cognitive psychology and in neuroscience that are artistic, like the patterns of our neurons and shit.
Yeah.
So
And
I like looking at Mandelbrot. So
and just to say one
Oh, yeah.
more thing about that, to just finish off with what I was saying to everyone there, is that like if I was to describe to you, it's like if someone's like, well, what happened? And I want to share my feelings with them. But if I was to just say, I was standing here, she was standing
Yes.
under the street
Yes.
light, the street light was shining on her, and there was rain pouring down. That doesn't satisfy my sentiments. But if I sit down at the piano and I say, there she was, the rain was pouring down on her, and I knew inside of me that I would know her better. You know, like it,
Yep.
that for some reason satisfies my sentiments more to share it in that way. You know?
Absolutely. Or if somebody's writing about it, they're talking about a raindrop falling at a specific speed, hitting her body and like
Exactly.
splashing off in this way,
100%.
and like, you see the refractions of the light, and they're explaining it all in like exact detail. That to me,
Exactly.
that's art, right? Like because it's not, yeah. But that still all comes down to like the experience. And yeah, I think we agreed on this like an hour ago. Like it comes down to like
Yeah.
to the
Yeah.
experience of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, I thought of an artist that I can share.
yeah.
Let's see. Her name is Iris Van Herpen, and she uses 3D printing for her fashion. So
Oh,
they're
cool.
pretty elaborate. You know, I'm a Grimes fan, but Grimes wears a lot of her dresses.
Grimes.
She wore her dress
Grimes,
to the
man,
Dune.
Grimes, her
Everybody who
music-
loves music should know about Grimes.
yeah,
She
but
wore her dress to the Dune. What is it
Grimes'
called?
music is rough.
Whether you like her or not, but check out her Iris Van Herpen's dresses, though. They're pretty cool.
She's an acquired taste. She is. It's like people who listen to Bjork. Yes, some of Bjork's music is brilliant, but good lord, you have to acquire that taste. You know what I mean?
Oh, I love Bjork.
Yeah, I mean I do too now, but like when I first started listening, I was like, holy Jesus.
Yeah, I love
She wasn't
Bjork.
always so
Here's-
serious.
I love Bjork. Here's a deep take. Imogen Heap. Do you guys
I
like
love
Imogen
Imogen- I love
Oh,
Imogen
baby. Yeah, we
Yeah,
know
I
about
especially
that.
like her.
Deep
She invented these gloves that you can use instead of using a board. So like you move in space as your slider.
Yeah.
It's very interesting.
Dude, Paul, if you've never seen it, look up the Reactable. So it's
Okay.
Reactable. It's basically this music instrument. I for some reason I want to say Bjork was involved with it, but basically they have these like blocks that you put on a table that represent waveforms, and when you turn them,
Okay.
they do different things. It's fucking amazing.
I'm gonna look into it.
Yeah.
I like the
Interesting.
whole idea of a person's set or sound design being all in motion in well, of course I would in space, like how you control everything instead of it being on. That's
Kapow, you should promote your YouTube channel. Tell us a little
Yeah,
bit about it.
talk about it.
I really do enjoy the the interpretive dances that you do, and
Oh yeah.
and your music selection is cool. Like, you guys should check it out.
Okay,
Kyle
let me
likes good
see
music.
here.
Paul's the man. If you guys are not aware,
Right, he is the man.
In terms of dancing, I've never seen anything so fluid and improvisationally. It's aesthetically pleasing. It very much is.
Very
Um,
open approach.
Yes.
I mean, I could tell you like my story quickly with that. I was,
Sure.
and it goes back to what everyone was saying in the past, like probably 20 to 40 minutes about how, like when you find yourself in a situation where you're experiencing emotions that you don't know how to express, like you don't know like how to express them or explain them to anyone. You like oftentimes people will end up putting it into art. And so I had moved to my own apartment. I had a job that I had just lost a job. I had just broken up with a boyfriend, and so I had no idea what I wanted to do or where I was going with my life at all. And I was putting that frustration and fear into dancing, and I just like started recording it, and that's kind of how that happened. I didn't like when I was younger. I wanted to do dance, but I kind of forgot about that and let go of it. And then I just kept doing it over like the past 10 years, and eventually it turned into what my channel is now, and then me pursuing it on a more semi-professional level. So
Yeah.
Nice. Well, make sure you guys subscribe. Let's get Kapow monetized on YouTube.
Yeah, he's got his
Subscribe, please.
go check it out on YouTube, guys. It's in the chat. It's in the chat. Anybody listening in the future, go check it out, or you're a loser. I'm just kidding.
oh, and I do want to say we got Reggie waiting in the wings.
Shit.
Waiting in the weeds.
My
On the
bad.
prowl. I love hearing from Reggie.
Is Hohenheim still with
Hi,
us?
Reggie.
Hohenheim, you still here?
I'm here.
Okay, yes. All right, just make sure. Let's make sure, bro.
Hold on, this with this southern accent. I'm here.
I'm here, sir.
I say,
I say, boy.
When you have time, I will present my favorite artist, but I'll leave that till after Reggie.
Oh,
dude, this is about as bad as when every time Peter comes in late at night because it's morning in
Peter.
Ireland, and I'm like, top of the morning to you, and he's just like, fuck off.
Fuck off. Oh, fuck, piss off.
Piss off with
So I'm
that.
kind of curious as have you ever thought about the sequence of time in life? I mean, music, I kind of posted something in there, is following different patterns and sequences that are complex. Essentially all music and all time that we're traveling down is all running on a clocked cycle, and everything that we do, what we say, what we do. Now, I'm a big mathematics guy. Okay. So we have all these different positions, this is our reality and things going on. Well, things going on represent frequency occurrence. It's a timeline. And in many of the things that we do, sometimes it seems like the timelines that we're traveling on, us specifically, vary. You ever notice you kind of get like
time dilation?
Things speed up or slow down.
Yeah, 100%.
Now, not everybody experiences that because we're all traveling.
That's traveling on different.
Wait, how do we know that not everyone experiences that?
But that's
well, no,
also
not everybody experiences your experience because you're in that particular position.
But everyone experiences that phenomena of.
I think so. I think, but
or maybe they
it's
don't.
hard to
but
say
I mean,
everything because some people are missing things. They're missing the senses. Like a sociopath doesn't understand, conscience. They don't know right and wrong.
Yes, yeah.
They have to be taught. It's kind of odd. I have a daughter who's a sociopath. It took me a while to figure it out. And she's a good girl, really good girl.
They know right or wrong. They just don't care.
Right or wrong. And
yeah,
given
they're
a
aware
rule
of it,
list,
yeah.
she's perfect. She behaves perfectly by rules because she doesn't want to do wrong. Doesn't mean, she's not a psychopath in that she wants to do terrible things for thrills, even though I think it could happen. But I don't, not with her. I mean, she just doesn't have that angel on one shoulder, devil on the other.
Yeah.
She
Well,
has to
a
have a
psycho,
rule set.
yeah, a psychopath doesn't have the capacity,
No.
but the sociopath does have the capacity.
Hmm. Oh,
So speed dilation goes to the fact of like once you increase your speed a certain extent, you're gonna have like a difference in time. So like we can shoot something at the speed of light out. It's gonna experience time
So
differently,
light's
right?
going in the speed of
Yeah,
light
but
in two different directions,
no, but then also for like
and you have
gravitational
relative
time
and
distance. Okay, I see why you guys are saying it's gravitational, because like if you take a satellite and you take it far enough out of the gravitational pull of the Earth,
No,
time.
satellites have to take into account the GPS location systems have to take into account
No.
that they're in a time dilation.
but
You know what I
all
mean?
the
They have to.
GPS is running off the same atomic clock.
I'm not
That's how
saying
you
like
position.
our satellites. I'm just saying anything that's like
He's just
satellite.
saying it's a body.
Yeah, anything
He's just
that's
saying a
outside
body.
of the
Yeah.
Earth, right? It's like if we shoot a satellite or a shuttle or whatever you want to call it, like away from Earth, as it escapes the gravitational boundary, the time is going to change. So time will move slower the further away you get from Earth, and then when you come back, you'll come back, and the time is going to like pass differently. But there's also the dilation of like if you just shoot something out, it increases to the speed of light. The time dilation is going to change, right?
It's going to get
But
really
isn't it
slow for
interesting? The speed of
the
light is
person
not
in the
constant.
light.
It's going to get real fucking slow. Yeah.
Go
Yeah.
ahead,
When
Travis.
we
I'm
talk
sorry.
when we talk about the
Oh, I
speed
thought
of
it was
light,
Reggie.
we talk about the
I'm not
speed of
saying.
light. Yeah, speed of light in a vacuum. Because going through any sort of things that are not a vacuum, the speed of light changes. That's how we get a prism effect. That's how we get a radio propagation.
Oh well, that's like if you shoot a
But it doesn't change the speed of light. It changes the
Well, that's how we
wavelength,
do with
right?
the Doppler.
Yeah,
We're able to rate.
yes,
It's
no,
something.
hold on.
Yeah.
Thomas is totally right. It changes the wavelength. That is exactly what it does.
Is it not the wavelength that is affected differently? Because I don't know that
No,
you change the wavelength.
wavelengths work on different time scales, right? So like,
Wavelength is clocked. You got different wavelength, and they're all based on velocities of a cycle, a sinusoidal cycle.
oh yeah, but
Okay, so every
you know
wavelength
the
is
difference
okay.
between like a 200
All
Wavelengths, not velocity.
all waves are sine waves. Every single wave is a sine wave. Okay.
Yes.
Everything that's not a sine wave is a complex waveform that's mixed up of a whole bunch of sine waves
yes
that give you a mathematic addition to
yes
looking differently, but they're all sine waves at the basis level. I mean, that's the fundamental.
Yep,
yes
that's algebra
building
for you
block.
right there.
So everything, reality that we're passing through. You have height, width, depth for your positions, right?
Yep.
And then you have a wavelength for reality.
Yeah, man, that's the
Wavelength
thing.
is all based on cycles. Everything in sinusoidal cycles. We see sinusoidal cycles in everything. We
Depends
have
what
it
you mean by
in the
wavelength for
tides.
reality. What do you mean by that?
You're clocking at a certain rate, and every time we talk about a speed or velocity, it's based on where you start at the point of radiation, where it radiates from. And then you have different various frequencies, and they're all made out of different sinusoidal waves at different amplitudes
Yes.
and different frequencies mixed together. And good example, it's like a square wave, number of harmonics at equal power level, and you end up with a square wave. So if you ever busted out an oscilloscope and had a really high precision oscilloscope and sent a low frequency square wave, you can look at it. You can actually see them.
Yes.
Okay.
And
yeah,
so
it just
what
when
I'm
you
getting
said
at is whenever we talk about sound waves or anything else, that's all based off of a time measurement.
Yes, yeah, like audio engineering at its basic. Yeah, you're looking at a waveform over a period of time, obviously, but
and everything has a frequency.
What do you mean everything has a frequency?
Okay, if everything, the Earth vibrates at a frequency, the
Oh, okay,
tides
okay,
vibrate.
okay.
You
No,
have a
no, but
wobble. You
hold on, Reggie.
Let Scott get in. Yeah.
Yeah, just Reggie. Like the reason why I say that when I say everything has a frequency, to
a
me,
mixture usually is a
yeah.
mixture.
Well, to me, I don't think anybody denies the fact that everything like moves within a specific way, right? But when you say everything has a frequency, I think it implies that you're making a statement. I'm just trying to get to like what that
Yes,
means.
it is a statement. It's kind of an observation. I'm making a statement of my
Yeah,
observation.
yeah, but what's the conclusion of it, right? So like
Okay.
everything has a frequency, so that
The
means
conclusion is when events happened. Okay, say for example, any event happened anywhere in history.
yes,
Okay, it starts from a particular location, and that particular event is all made up of different frequencies that are going on, and then they expand from there. Because even though you don't see it, if you say, for example, if you're you had a ultra fine precision telescope and you were 100 light years from any point where you had clear vision to be able to look at it, you'd be looking at it 100 years ago.
like I guess I'm just trying to get
Okay,
to
what I'm saying is that
the meat and bones.
there is a theory, and it kind of seems like it almost seems like something. Sometimes I think that when we have feelings, we listen to music, that we might actually be experiencing shadows of events.
Yeah, yeah.
But
See,
things happened, and they made a ripple in reality. And it might have not been here. It might have been somewhere else. A lot of times, things that happened earlier in the history of the world,
yeah.
there are still ripples.
So
Whenever
so
you make a
so
frequencies, there are harmonics.
yeah. So I guess I would just like postulate this to you. So like we can look at, okay, when a volcano explodes, it's gonna when it explodes, it like puts off this like a specific frequency of waves. When it gets ready to meaning, like to me, I would say, why are
I
you
I
creating
think
that?
it has something to do that maybe okay, we're experiencing life, right? What
Yes.
makes up us? Okay, where do you gather your experiences? You're traveling down life at a certain vector, living things at different frequencies and doing different
Hang
things.
on a sec. Our sense making apparatus allow us to abstract from reality, an experience. But what it so that's what is basically going on with regards to um, how we are having this experience, and we of course don't understand how that experience is represented in the brain,
Yeah.
but it's but when you say we're all on different frequencies, what do you mean about that?
Okay, we essentially when we were walking around there, they got kind of a saying of centering yourself. You are looking at the world from a perspective somewhere between your eyes, right? And as you walk along, you experience different things at different times. And we all have that same thing. And we're all doing this if we're essentially have sentience
Yes.
and we have reality. Okay.
And
Have
sapience, yeah.
sapience, intelligence.
Yep.
To acquire and call upon knowledge, that
Individual
would be the
self-aware.
sapience part. Yeah.
versus the larger sense that we find ourselves in, right?
Wheels
So,
within wheels.
yeah, wheels within wheels, 100%. Yeah.
Our
And yeah,
macro world
actually,
that we
I
live
think
in
about that a lot.
is in our macro world that we live in is in classical mechanics. Now, quantum mechanics, when you're looking at that, everything can be metaphorically seen as a frequency. Now, that's the only way I can
That's
understand
yeah,
frequency
that's
as it
what.
you're talking about.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I was just actually that was I was just making the point is that living through our lives and wherever we're going is are different events and frequencies, and essentially things that happened before that happened earlier in time. And when you take photo, there were
Right.
different events that occurred. Okay,
Well,
so getting back to before I got sidetracked, I was noticing that when I was, when I listened to different music, that music hits you a certain way, and sometimes it's also based on how you feel at the given moment, and of course, any sort of linkages that you might have to different times in your life and different events that occurred. But one recently, by recently, I've been thinking of, more like the last 5 years. I've been listening to some of the tribal type music as well as some of the music from other cultures. And I find it interesting that it seems to have different, or at least with me, and I think with probably other people, different effects. I think it depends on who you come and where you come from. And I kind of wonder about that. I'm sure you've all listened to Highland, right?
I don't think
Highland,
so. Maybe.
yeah. Okay, they pulled up and do music with ancient drums, European music. You're pulling up a lot of rhythms that they got from ancient scrolls, and they're essentially playing old European tribal music. And by the way, you can do the same thing on different tribal music. Or you listen. I'm sure you've all listened to the Who. I mean, they're
Yeah.
becoming really popular now. Okay, that's a good example, but that's relatively recent. Going back to a lot of the Mongol is, that's essentially about 1500, 1800 years old. But if you listen to any of the Highland, in the European, that's probably going back 3, 4, 5, maybe into the Neolithic. It's I find it that it speaks to me at times, and I'm not quite sure. And so going back to the frequency thing, whenever these things are going on, particularly the very complex levels and compositions that were done, that maybe through events that essentially sets up echo in time, and time itself is essentially it's linear from a point wherever it comes from. And so sometimes I wonder, and I'm getting feelings like something happened, or I feel events, and I don't know that it's so, because this is all, everything, all the chemicals in your thought processes that goes on in just your head can also be different for everybody else.
Yes.
But sometimes I wonder that things aren't speaking to me from the past, that something triggers something, and maybe it might be encoded in your DNA. Who knows?
No,
I don't know, because I'm a big science guy.
but
So when I
hold on,
feel
hold on,
things that I
hold on,
can't
Richie.
quantify in science, I don't know if it's just, wishful thinking. There might be that, or maybe not wishful thinking, or maybe it's just something else, or maybe it's some sort of chemical reaction, or maybe it's some sort of suppressed memory.
No, I think Reggie, that kind of shit, like the best possible answer, you have to give yourself all the time. I do the same thing too. This is just a delusion. Of course this is a really cool fucking story that I like and it makes fucking sense, but it's not real. Right. So
Wasn't Kellyanne Conway says, well, you have facts, we have alternate facts.
Alternate facts, yeah, exactly. You just have to recognize, yeah,
That's
I
hilarious.
recognize it, and if something makes you comfort and gives you comfort, I'm not. I feel that there's probably gods, probably gods, but getting away from that. I have a lot of friends that are very religious, Catholic and Muslim in some cases, and some Judean. And
Muslim in some cases, like those two guys that I know.
well, no, actually, I know a whole lot more than that when it comes to that. I am very schooled. I know the difference between Sunni and Shia, and Shia.
Yes, I'm sorry, Reggie. Like I'm
Okay.
like I just make jokes all the time. Like you have to like.
Oh no, you can't. Let's say you can't offend me. I've got leather skin, and I've played this game probably a lot longer than you have any idea.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Like I just want to let you know, like most of the stuff I say, I'm just joking.
Oh no,
Like,
I'm cool with it. I come from, I'm an ENTP Enneagram 3 who's old. I'm going to be in the next couple of months. I'm going to be 65 years old, and I've lived a crazy life.
Damn,
and did all
son.
kinds of crazy shit.
does the temperament
Call me son. You'd have to be like 80.
is like I don't think temperament disorder is even a thing anymore, right? Do they still give that shit to kids? Because I was an INTJ. I'm supposed to be a
INTJs.
The Briggs-Meyer or the Myers-Briggs? I can't remember how that
Well, it's Myers-Briggs, but it's
Myers-Briggs.
interesting. But there's also Enneagrams within it, and it's not absolute science, but it sure is interesting because if you actually do the math on it, keep on going back to big math guy. You do the math on it, and then you sit there and you observe somebody very carefully and kind of like mark it down and figure out what they are. Then all of a sudden, it seems like everything.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Hold on, that's the thing, Reggie. Like, can you imagine if you're told like this is what this person is, and you just need to go and observe them. Of course, once you have that idea planted in your mind, you'd be like, okay, yeah, they check that off, they check that off, they check that off, they check that off. And it makes it real fucking easy to like say like this person.
What, push buttons?
Yeah,
or avoid the buttons being pushed.
That's the whole problem with the fucking Myers-Briggs bullshit.
And it is bad because if you actually study it, you can pull shit.
Yes, exactly.
It gives you.
It's to me like the thing that the reason why I know it's completely full of shit because it was based off of Jungian fucking archetypes. And Carl Jung was pretty much like this far away.
Well,
from
he had his blind spots like himself.
No, he was this far away from being a complete retard. Like that guy had his fucking head so far up his own ass.
Well, actually, he did. I've heard that.
How do you even trust somebody like that? Like, I don't know.
Well, you got to figure out what his motivations were. And understand that if somebody's motivations, I spent a lot of time studying because, I used to get took my lumps on not observing how a person is. But sometimes when most people in the world are pretty good. There's only a real few shitheads. But the thing is that you need to try not.
Yeah.
Need to sit there and poke at stuff.
Yeah.
When I was younger and I used to finally figure out what would make people really pissed off, I'd poke at them a little bit if they just annoyed me. Then I got older and I realized that rarely, whatever little, joy that I got like a little kid, frying ants with a magnifying glass I got out of it, usually there were some bad things in it, bad things involved, and even some, I would feel bad. Unfortunately, I'm not a sociopath, and I do have a conscience.
Gen Xer, in my opinion.
Well, that's funny because I raised Gen X's. I come from the generation that kind of fucked everything up with, the boomers. Well, the thing was that my generation claims how tough we had it. Well, we didn't have it tough. We were spoiled as all fuck. So we got our asses beat so that we beat the Gen Xers' asses. Okay. And that's also one of my more.
So you're
No, I'm boomer. I'm a boomer.
you're a boomer. Oh Jesus.
Yeah,
I'm going to be
65 would be
65 in a
boomer.
couple of months. I'm a
Yeah, that
boomer.
yeah.
Okay, you're a boomer.
I was born in 1958. I remember watching it. I remember watching Kennedy's funeral that screwed up my Saturday morning cartoons.
He's
No Mighty Mouse for me.
boomers. He's right about the boomers beating their kids, and then the kids
Well,
beating
the last generation got their asses.
Oh no! Hold on. I grew up in Texas in the fucking 80s, and I got my ass beat.
Well, you're Xer. You're Gen X.
Obviously,
observation, inductive reasoning. So the end result of the scientific methodology is that you and all of your peers in the science that you're doing it with are trying to falsify it, all this kind of stuff. Once you get to that database of knowledge that all these scientists have created, that's the theory, the model that explains the facts the
So
best
there's only
that we
one
can
theory?
at the time. So as that moves and changes, it's throwing the old data out that doesn't work and incorporating the new. But a theory is the highest degree that a hypothesis can rise to. It is the model.
So there's only
It
one
is the
theory.
accepted standard. So
No,
That's
no,
not
that-
what Thomas
okay.
said, Reggie.
Is there only one theory for each item?
I don't know how to.
There's
You
many
quantify it.
theories.
Good example. You got
Reggie,
before
Reggie,
Clovis and you
Reggie,
got Clovis.
Reggie, the branch of science that we call physics has a huge collection of theories within
Physics,
it, which would be the accepted theoretical models that are used as our best models
Okay.
in the scientific consensus.
Still the same question is out there. Is there
Do
only
you know
one theory
gravity
on
was a
each?
theory?
Gravity is a theory. Yeah.
Hold on, Reggie, real quick.
I mean, nobody's answered it. Nobody will say, okay, there are more than one theories on each event.
Reggie, trigonometry is a theory, right?
Yeah, a squared plus b squared equals c squared.
Has anybody explained anything to understand triangles better than fucking what we have in trigonometry? Like this is.
Well,
the
actually, I
theory,
think
this is
that's kind of a fact. That's not a theory. You're telling me trigonometry is a theory?
That's what a theory is, buddy.
No. There's a fact is a fact. It bears scientific.
Reggie, hang on, Scott. Reggie, the facts are what compose the theory. So the facts are the phenomena. So we're looking out, we observe phenomena, and we collect different phenomena by collecting evidence. Sorry? What?
Okay, it's a fact if you can sit there and compare it and run it mathematically in every way that you look at it and you quantify it.
Reggie,
and you
I'm
do
just
it,
asking
it comes
you
up
to
the
be
same.
Reggie, I'm just asking you to be a little bit open to this correction that I think if you read
the difference between a hypothesis, a theory, and a fact.
Yes, yeah, that's all I'm asking you to look into.
I understand that there are three different items. Even
okay,
though a
yeah, and I'm
hypothesis is almost a theory, the difference between going from hypothesis to theory is arbitrary in that you mentioned that there's groups of peers or people that are in certain groups says, well, you know what, that's not a hypothesis anymore. We're going to call that a theory. So who assigns the value for whether the switch over from hypothesis to things like water, freezing, solid, liquid, gas? They're actual numbers. They're quantifiable. They're facts.
Yeah, so no one here is saying that there isn't a process in creating these theoretical models. Like
you guys are dancing around trying to correct me on the difference between a theory and a hypothesis.
No, real quick. So let's talk about something real quick. So you're like, oh, is there more than one theory? Is there more than one theory? So let's take a look at that real quick. Of course there's. So, but here's the difference between what you're thinking is a theory and what is actually a theory. There's a theory between the Big Bang being what is something that created something, and the theory of what that was, right? So you've got the Big Crunch as one of the things that is constantly one of the theories that matches up, or gets close to matching up with one of the reasons why our universe keeps coming into creation. And then you have string theory. Then you have string theory, which is just as valid of a theory. And then you have quantum loop gravity. But quantum loop gravity is also a theory. All of these theories have an insane amount of facts inside of the theory as a category. And each one of those facts is being used to interpret reality in a different way than the other, because they're using the facts to try and figure out what's going on, and each one of them see it differently. Those theories of those mathematical, not only the mathematical, but the scientific equations inside of those things, building it up is what makes a theory. Like the reason why the theory of gravity is the theory of gravity is because we've gotten all of the knowledge that we've been able to fucking study, examine, and put into gravity, and put it into one thing, and we call it the theory of gravity because this is our theory overall of how the motherfucker works.
Of the empirical data say that this is accurate.
under
Right,
that
but it's just
particular condition.
right, but it doesn't mean that it is the accuracy. It
Yes.
means that there are several
Well, I know it's not a
interpretations of
fact. It's
something
still
that
a
could be
theory.
accurate.
You guys,
Theory-
let's let
okay.
Don get in,
Theory,
Reggie.
fact. There is
Let's
So
let
let's just bring this
Don-
back around. So all the evidence that we have around when we're studying development and psychology show that hitting kids and raising kids out of motivation for fear
No, you say
is
all of it.
detrimental for their
all
Let
outcome.
him
of it.
finish.
All
Let
of
him
it.
finish. Let him finish.
No, you just said all of it. I take.
All of the evidence that if we take all the data points to the fact that not every kid who's raising kids out of motivation for fear
No, you say
is
all of it.
detrimental for their
Let
outcome.
him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish.
No, you just said all of it. I take.
All of the evidence that if we take all the data points to the fact that not every kid who's raised to motivate fear is going to underperform.
Correct.
When you take all of the evidence, it shows that kids who are motivated by fear and to motivate fear is going to underperform.
Correct.
When you take all of the evidence, it shows all of the evidence shows this. Not all the
Yes.
kids,
All of
the evidence. Yes.
Yes.
If you take all the evidence
that's in that particular
shows
study
you
that you're referring to, because you're still
all
not
of
not
coming
just
up
one
when
with
you look
that.
at it's not just one study.
He's
This is
saying
like
the body.
ubiquitous.
Okay,
All of them.
instead of
You
saying
just said
all,
it's
can we
all
just
of
say
them. It's
the
all
body
of
of available evidence? So hang on,
all the available
Reggie,
evidence.
All of
Reggie,
them.
the body of available evidence is what he's saying. The
Lies,
body of
damn lies,
available
and
evidence.
statistics.
Consensus.
No, there's no line here
this
because
is calling a
when
sampling.
no,
if you sample,
no,
if you
no,
only
because
sample,
no,
you would
no,
have
it's
to
not
show that the samples
not just a
have been
sample.
done
If you
independently
look,
and
if
without
you
a certain
do,
bias. Okay,
do you know what a
you're making a
meta-analysis
judgment.
is?
That's not a proof. That's a
Do you know
judgment.
what a meta-analysis is?
A meta-analysis is
Okay.
analyzing different pieces, but it has to do with who made the analysis. What
Wait one
is the
second.
actual
Before we
formula of the
jump, before we
analysis?
put on our tinfoil hats and begin to go into conspiracy
Tinfoil
land,
hats.
where
does it
before
become
we-
tinfoil hats when
one
I ask
second,
for
let me
facts
explain.
and
Why can't
statistics?
Reggie?
you're
Can
talking
I just finish
tinfoil
my
hats.
point?
What kind of disrespectful
Can I-
shit is that?
Can I finish?
Well,
Can I
I'm talking
finish?
about quantified numbers, and you're talking
Can I
tinfoil
finish?
hats.
Can I finish?
Well, you're going to. Well, you
Let's
should
not-
take back
Reggie.
your tinfoil hat shit.
No,
I
he doesn't have to
apologize.
take it
I'll
back.
take it back. Doesn't make a
Okay,
difference.
fine.
I'll take back my team. Before we start drawing conspiratorial lines about who and which evidence and which studies are corrupt and not done well, we need evidence of that first.
Okay, could you please sit?
Are corrupt and not done well, we need evidence of that first.
Okay, could you please sit there and link the study you got? I'll go ahead and verify it and make sure that that's the all of it.
Okay, so I'm
you
gonna
just said
teach you.
all
I'm
data.
not going to Google
You're
search for
dealing
you
with
and JSTOR for
you're
you.
dealing with something that is social science is unquantifiable in many cases.
I'm willing.
Hold on.
So I'm not gonna Google.
Sit there and link the study you got. I'll go ahead and verify it and make sure that that's the all of it.
Okay, so I'm
you
gonna
just said
teach.
all
I'm not
data.
gonna. I'm not going to Google
You're
search for
dealing
you
with
and JSTOR for
you're dealing
you.
with something that is social science is unquantifiable in many cases.
I'm willing.
Okay.
Hold on.
So I'm not gonna Google for you.
No, I don't need to be Google. I'm just saying that social
Just ask me
science.
to. Just for you.
No, I don't need to be Google. I'm just saying that social
Just ask me
science.
to.
Reggie.
Just ask me to.
I said, yeah, link the study because I want to verify that it's all
Yeah,
the facts.
go on Google and write and just do your research. I'm sure you're capable.
And of course,
you know,
Google never
right?
lies because.
You can start with Google. You can go to DuckDuckGo, Bing, MSN. Go to
No,
JSTOR. You can
that's
even go to
okay.
you can even go to your library
I'm
and
gonna
pick up
tell
a
you right
developmental
now, it's not
psychology
gonna come back
textbook.
that all the
Hold on,
studies
hold
say
on.
the same thing.
Okay, Scott's got something, guys.
No, I didn't
Didn't
say
say
all
all
the
the
studies say the
studies.
same
That's not what
thing.
he said.
Just real quick.
He said
Reggie,
all the studies,
Let's
all
let
the
Scott-
facts.
Reggie.
This is
Let's
what
let Scott, and then
happens.
we'll go back to Reggie, please.
Reggie, you have to understand, like, this is the reason why.
I'm pretty good at understanding. Just keep on explaining to me that about me needing to be able to do that item.
Well, let's not.
I'll
get
work
defensive
on it.
here,
This is the reason why boomers don't understand what the fuck is going on.
It's because I'm a boomer. That must be it. Because all boomers think like that.
He's just
Nothing
kidding.
like
He's
falling
kidding.
back to identity politics.
He's kidding.
That's fucking funny.
my kids, and it was good. And the last batch of kids is the
Talk to your
second
kids,
last
whether
batch
they
of
were
kids.
okay to hit them with the belt.
Yeah, here you are. I mean, nobody here will give you a chance to talk.
Go ahead, Reggie.
I mean,
Reggie,
you can cut me
you've
off.
talked
that's
a lot,
okay.
my brother.
Yeah, you've had a lot of chances.
Oh,
but
actually,
go ahead.
you don't have to worry
You
about
guys,
it. Okay,
you guys,
don't
let's
worry
let
about
Reggie
it.
wrap.
See,
Let's let
I
Reggie.
have
wrap
you
for 5
telling
minutes.
me that how that the way that you plan on raising your kids will be a better way. That's because that's why everything's getting so much better, and everybody's so concerned about the truth all the time.
Yeah,
And misinformation. Oh my God, misinformation. Which
Go
makes
ahead.
me laugh because
Say your last piece, Reggie. Say your last piece, and I think everyone's gonna go ahead and wrap it up.
Okay,
That's the
I'm
best part
saying
forward.
that you ought to, every person ought to be able to have the ability to look at something, and including their own beliefs. Every day that I spend in my life, I spend at the end of the day thinking about the things that traveled, the events that happened earlier. And maybe I got it wrong because I try to look at everything from everybody's point of view because I like to reflect on what happened. And I think that all of us and our opinions are made up by what we hold in. And in the poorest situation is when we never question our own actions and our own motivations. And why did I say this? Why did I do this? How did I feel? What did it make me feel? What was that person? And I look back at a lot of times and I look at, okay, that person was trying to manipulate me, or that person was being friendly, or that person was really annoying and a real pain in the ass. But wait a second, that person was trying to get my attention because it wanted to be my friend. So we have these motivations inside of us, and all you have them, and I do as well. And if we'd spend more time reflecting on why did I say that? Why did they say this? Why did this thing happen? Replay them events that you go through each day, and then try to look at a different reason than whatever you just essentially at snap of the moment decided it was and went on down the road. You might find that things are not exactly what you think they are. And you might start opening up your own minds in that things can be different than what you think they are. Because the hardest thing to ever get past is get past the beliefs, believe in the lie, the sweet lie, or it might not be a lie. It might be the truth. But the whole point is we will grab a belief and we'll hold on to it because we like it.
Yes.
It makes us feel comfort.
Yes, and this
So
is
things aren't always
Thank
what they seem.
Thank you, Reggie. That was well said. Thank you.
right.
Pengburn, do you want to go first as a response, or Jack? I can go first. Thomas, and we can
He
move
is
around.
gone, so anybody can respond.
So
I
think
do want to say that
Go
is
ahead.
the exact thing we're questioning Reggie on the entire time.
I think that was an excellent representation of the mentality of the time that Reggie's from. I think that's what that was. I think that was Reggie was from. That's exactly what I think that was.
No, well, Reggie said something. It's like think about your own place and question your own place, and that's exactly what we do all the time. But
Right.
when we asked Reggie to question his own place,
Yeah.
he was unfucking willing to do
That's
so.
a good,
That's
honestly,
the
yeah.
fucking
And it was
thing.
something, a piece of technical information that Reggie could just, and there's an important lesson here. So, and I was talking to some other people in the Discord who had a real problem with this. It's like when your peers that you engage in intellectual discourse with, when your peers start coming at you and saying, I think there was a better way for you to communicate this, or a better way for you to answer, or this is where the dialectic fell off its tracks, or this bit of information, the way you're describing it is a little off. Instead of digging your heels in and getting defensive and getting all this self-righteousness boils up, it's fine, everybody, to dare to be wrong and to say and to be infallible and say, fuck, I might be wrong about how I'm talking about hypothesis versus theory in a scientific sense. Instead of saying, oh, are you telling me I don't know science? It's like, No, no one's saying you don't know science. You might be way better versed than anyone here in science. That's not what was saying. People, your peers that you're engaging with in intellectual discourse are just simply telling you that based on how we look at the method of science, the scientific method, and the steps of the method, you're confusing like theory with the facts that compose the theory. It's like you're confusing some things, which about, you know, on a large scale basis, hitting your children has proven to have, you know, not be a fruitful way to teach children things. It doesn't garner good results, like from a well-being metric, let's say.
Yes.
So all what a theory is versus fact, and here's why I think this, but I could be wrong. Anyone else have a differing opinion? I could be wrong about this. Like, I just want people to be more, look at themselves and what they claim to know.
Yes.
Right about.
Yep.
And I don't know.
I think I think that one of the things that's just very easy to touch on here, just like super easy to like quickly pop up and pop off on, is the idea of what a colloquial theory is and like a scientific theory. And I think that
Exactly.
really, I think that is a really big problem between people when they try to come together with this.
Yeah, we literally explained it to him 2 times.
About an event with just your knowledge of like some outside, like oh, there was a power outage at an event. What's like your theory in that case? Because you weren't there, you have no idea. You're just thinking of the reasons that a power outage could happen. Your theory is that, oh well, there was a heavy storm that.
So Jack, wait 2 seconds, Jack, just so we don't get confused. You're talking about theory in the colloquial sense, where
Yes,
people
right now,
like,
right now, I'm talking about theory in the colloquial sense.
But and that theory, which Reggie I think was talking about in the colloquial sense of a theory, is not the theory that's in reference when we're talking about the scientific method.
I think it was. I think it was when we were talking about it.
A colloquial theory is a hypothesis. Period.
Right. Yes.
Any induction or abduction that you use to observe a scientific phenomena, yeah.
Before we go, I think before we get all the way back, there's one thing I want to say specifically to sorry, Scott. There's one thing I want to say specifically is that when you started speaking, Reggie, and you gave your great last words, I think that you failed to take your own advice in this conversation right now. You said that you don't want to take it just from your point of view. You said specifically from everybody's point of view. I actually wrote some things down. You're right. We do want to take everybody's point of view. This way, your experience or my experience or Scott's experience or Thomas's experience or Pangburn's experience is not. What we're going to do is try to quantify it, observe it, look for it, and study for it. That's what I was trying to bring forward. Another thing you said is we should look to the motivations of why we're doing what we're doing and why we're acting in the way that we're acting. And I think that it could be partially one, for me using the tinfoil word. I didn't know that was going to evoke some sort of reaction out of you, and I apologize for that. But I think that you should recognize that I think maybe you were a little hurt. You were hurt by a bunch of young people sitting here. Maybe
Boomage.